I'll do a little harder. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please read the adequate notice compliance statement.
Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the City Clerk's office in preparation of the Council Annual Meeting Notice dated December 18, 2023, which was properly distributed and posted per statutory requirements. Please be advised that fire exits are to my right, your left, and at the back of the room. The City has a listening system to assist the hearing impaired. If anyone needs hearing assistance, please obtain the system at the dais and return it thereafter.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Boyer?
Here.
Ms. Hamlet?
Here.
Mr. Miniger?
Here.
Mr. Pulowski?
Here.
Mr. Smallwood?
Here.
Mr. Vartan? President Allen?
Here. Okay, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. Chief Evers, can you lead?
Uniform personnel, present arms. Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order arms.
I would like to take a moment of silence to recognize the firefighter in Plainfield that passed away and recognize our service. So if we could take a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. May firefighter Hudson rest in peace. Thank you. Okay. Madam Clerk, please read the explanatory notices regarding closed session, hearings, and comments.
A closed session meeting as authorized by state statute was announced and held prior to the start of this meeting, and the known items for discussion were listed on the published closed session agenda. Please be advised that this council meeting is broadcast live on Comcast Channel 36 and Verizon Channel 30 and rebroadcast on Thursdays and Saturdays on HTTV on Comcast 36 and Verizon 33. When invited to speak, please come to the lectern, clearly state your name and address, spell your last name, and speak into the podium microphone so that your comments can be understood by all and properly recorded. Whenever an audience or council member reads from a prepared statement, please give or email a copy to the City Clerk's office at cityclerk@cityofsummit.org. To help facilitate an orderly meeting and to permit all to be heard, speakers are asked to limit their comments to approximately 3 minutes or so in length. Unless you are using an electronic device to follow the meeting agenda or need it for professional emergency contact purposes, please turn it off. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Approval of minutes. Do I hear a motion to approve the organization meeting of January 3rd, 2024, and regular and closed session meetings of January 23rd, 2024?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, on to reports, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Earlier today, members of the Summit Police Department held a Facebook Live Q&A. Thank you to Chief Zagorski, Captain Peters, and Detective Lieutenant Medina for participating, and to everyone who submitted a question or watched the session. Excellent information on current and upcoming Summit Police initiatives and measures to improve home security were shared. I appreciated hearing about the efforts being undertaken by police to prevent crime and catch perpetrators, and how we are working with other communities in the region and state. The video is posted on the City of Summit YouTube channel if you missed it and would like to view it. Also on YouTube, my weekly Mondays with the Mayor video, I provided an update on steps being taken to enhance and improve public safety. It's also posted on the City of Summit Facebook page and my Mayor Elizabeth Fagan's Facebook page as well. I had the great pleasure of attending the Chinese New Year celebration at LCJ SMS put on by the Summit Chinese American Association this past weekend. It was a wonderful experience. The event was members of the Summit Chinese American community and other residents. And this weekend, I will continue celebrating the Year of the Dragon at the Summit Free Public Library and the Summit YMCA. More information is available on those events on the Y and Library websites, and I encourage you all to join. It's a really, really incredible presentation and cultural insight. And registration is required for each of those events. That's Saturday, so please visit the websites to sign up. And then lastly, I just want to announce that the Department of Community Programs is putting together and has put together the first of its kind Black History Month celebration on February 20th. It's an all-day event for children, and there will be events for seniors in the afternoon as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Administrator Rogers?
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, everyone. I'll be brief. The bike depot installation is underway at the train station near the intersection of Summit Avenue and Union Place. This is a project that has been in the works for the past several years, and we look forward to it being completed in the next month or two. Thank you to the New Jersey Bike Walk Coalition and the Summit Conservancy for grants to support the project, and the Department of Community Services for your role in project management. When complete, the bike depot will provide covered parking for up to 30 bicycles. More information on the project will be shared by the city over the next several weeks. And then the Summit Free Market will be open this weekend on Saturday, February 10th from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the transfer station. Stop by and drop off any unwanted yard sale quality items and browse other donated items. It's all free. Visitors are limited to 60 minutes at each Summit Free Market event. Residents must have a permit to access the transfer station to attend. Permits can be purchased online through the City of Summit Parking Services, cityofsummit.org. And that's all I have for this evening, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Rogers. Okay, as the mayor mentioned, February is Black History Month, and it's an opportunity to celebrate and reflect on the rich history and monumental contributions of our African Americans to our nation and community. I must say that I'm very proud to lead a community that embraces diversity and works tirelessly to ensure that everyone, regardless of race and background, can thrive. We're all committed to being active participants in the journey together toward greater understanding, unity, and respect for one another. On that note, I also want to just recognize the Summit Chinese Asian American community for inviting us to the festive, exciting, and fun New Year's celebration. Every year it's become my favorite event. They have hundreds of people that go there. The food is amazing, and the dancing was truly it was phenomenal. So I just wanted to say thank you. They rolled out the red carpet for us, so we felt very special. So, okay, February is definitely a big month, so hopefully everybody will check out the website. And on to Historical Minute. Okay, so speaking of culture, Councilman Pulowski has brought back the famous Summit Historical Minute. Would you like to share the details, Councilman?
Sure. I'm looking at the library website right now. Once upon a time when Councilman Rob Rubino served as council president, he introduced the Summit Historical Minute at the beginning of each council meeting to encourage awareness of our city's rich history. This feature highlights people and places in Summit, researched and presented by Summit High School students and residents. So we'll be I'm hoping that the library will start posting them again. If anybody wants to go to the library website, they can see historical minutes from 2015 through 2019. I've been in touch with Vice Principal Aaron at the high school, who is going to help line up students to do these, although we could use some resident volunteers when school's out. I'm not so sure any of the students will want to come in then. And I guess it was also too short notice for tonight because Councilman Boyer will be giving our historic minute.
Thank you, Councilman Pulowski. As a councilman for the city of Summit, it is with immense pride that I sit here before you today and honor an individuals whose life narrative is interwoven with the fabric of our great community. Today we shine a spotlight on a true champion, a decorated soldier, and a beloved community member, David Noel Morton. Born and raised in Summit, David's tenacity and spirit were evident from his youth. As a Summit Hilltopper, he became the first team All-State football and played in the North and South game. He was also the first team All-State in track, where he ran the 55-meter and 4x200. The foundation laid down in his early days and the commitment towards excellence and dedication developed over that period. In January of 2001, David took a courageous and patriotic step, enlisting in the U.S. Army Infantry. His journey was marked by valor and steadfast pursuit of excellence, attending airborne school and earning his airborne wings in 2003. David stands among us as the only living two-time Purple Heart recipient from Summit, a testament to his bravery and a reminder of the sacrifice made by our servicemen and women. After his honorable service, retiring as an enlisted staff sergeant, David continued to serve by guiding new soldiers as the administrative schools sergeant. His selflessness, dedication has left an remarkable mark on those who had the fortune to learn from him, and those of us who benefit from his unwavering commitment to community and country. David's bravery and the sacrifice that earned him not one, but 2 Purple Hearts stand as a beacon of heroism. He reminds us daily of the boundless power of the human spirit. And excuse me. In Dave's own profound words, love is the greatest form of motivation. A true soldier doesn't fight out of hatred for those in front of him, but out of the love for those behind him. It is this sentiment that encapsulates David Morton, a man who fights with love, lives with honor, and inspires with his very being. I now ask you all to take a moment to join me in a round of applause for an amazing hilltopper and someone who I affectionately call my big brother, David Morton. Thank you, Council President. I'm sorry that was a little emotional for me. After thinking about what David went through in Iraq and his service to this country, it was remarkable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that story. And actually, I didn't realize he was your big brother. And actually, I just want to say, love is the true form of, what was that line? Love is the true form of,
Well, he's not my big brother, but figuratively.
no, I know.
Big brother.
I know.
Yeah.
Spirit, yeah, I know.
Yeah. No, I don't know the end of that line. I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, no, you said that love is the true form of something in your speech. Of what? Of motivation.
Yes, yes.
I'm writing that down. It's important.
love-
Thank
love
you,
is the great-
Everybody's listening. That was a
love-
test. Council President.
Love is the greatest form of motivation.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Boyer. Okay. Moving on to safety and health. Councilman Boyer, please introduce your resolution.
Yes, I would like to introduce Resolution 10993, the appointment of a probationary firefighter, Tyler Kidd. I'd like to move this for adoption.
Second.
Okay, great. Council comments? Okay. Public comments? Okay. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mr. Boyer?
Here.
Ms. Hamlet?
Aye.
Mr. Miniger?
Aye.
Mr. Pulowski?
Aye.
Mr. Smallwood?
Aye.
President Allen?
Aye. Okay, motion carries. Chief Evers and Mayor Fagan, please perform the swearing in.
I'll take a moment to recognize the people in the audience. Appreciate the Chatham County Borough firefighters for supporting us. Also, a couple of retired members, Deputy Chief Don Nelson, Battalion Chief Joe Frockert, down from Vermont, and also firefighter Mike Crook. And also, council appreciate his support. Staffing critical role in operation. We appreciate the team's support for staffing. So with that, I'll turn it over to the mayor.
One day I'm going to actually get this right. Give me a couple minutes. Okay, so Tyler Kidd became a volunteer with the Summit Fire Department in June of 2023 and served in the Volunteer Division's Chemical Engine Company Number 1. Tyler has completed Firefighter 1 and 2. He has been an active member of the Chatham Volunteer Fire Department since 2018. Tyler holds several safety certifications: Incident Command Systems 100 and 200, National Incident Management Systems, Hazardous Materials Responder Level 1 and 2, Hazardous Materials Operation Core, Hazardous Materials Awareness, Vehicle Rescue Operational Level, Machinery Rescue Awareness Ops and Technician Levels, Firefighter Safety and Survival Rapid Intervention Crew, OPS. Congratulations, Tyler, on your appointment to Career Firefighter with the Summit Fire Department.
Chief Evers, do we have anyone to take a photo? I don't, I see you, okay.
Come a little bit closer to the microphone. Right hand on the Bible. Just right hand on the Bible. Repeat after me. I, Tyler Kidd, do solemnly swear
I, Tyler Kidd, do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
and that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the same,
to the same,
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and in this state,
and in this state,
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly
and justly
perform all the duties
perform all the duties
of the position of probationary firefighter
of the position of probationary firefighter
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Yeah, sorry.
Very good.
For those who weren't here, last council meeting, we also swore in Tyler's brother, Colin. Congratulations, Colin.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, absolutely. You want to speak? Oh, okay. We're going to take a recess for a minute just to let everybody leave the room. Give them a minute.
Who wants to leave? You can stay if
If
you
they want
want.
to.
Stay.
There's people that say they want to come in. Probably.
Damn it. When I look at you, you're supposed to smile. I was like, oh no.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll take that. Thank you. I'll put it on my working chair.
Yeah, you're gonna, we're just, yeah, we're just adding the shade tree liaison to economic development.
Oh, is that what we're doing?
Yeah, isn't that in the?
Oh, is it already on there?
Oh,
okay.
yeah. Yeah, so we're just, through, as we do economic development, I think it's important to kind of keep an eye on. say he wasn't. I think, you know what? What I meant, Jamel, is when you said my older brother, like, it just choked me up, kind of like,
I got you.
like, yeah.
I don't want to get
All
phone calls.
right, so we'll change in the morning.
I didn't know you had an older brother. All right, should we?
You know,
Okay. Are we good?
Just call everybody to order again.
Okay. We're going to call everybody to order again. Okay? All right. Next, I'd like to welcome Director Amy Bear Shields and President Jim Fleischman, who will be giving a presentation for Summit Public's Library 150th anniversary. Our library is a wonderful resource for kids and adults alike and has done a wonderful job evolving and reinventing as times change. Thank you for both of your service and what you bring to our community. We're looking forward to your presentation tonight. And I thought it was really appropriate to bring back Historical Minute on the night that you're here. So thank you. Come on up. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Jim Fleischman. I have the privilege of being the president of the Library Trustees. As Lisa said, we're celebrating our 150th anniversary. We've put together a short video highlighting some of the key points in the library's long history, and our director, Amy Bear Shields, will make some very short introductory comments, and then we'll show you the flick.
Hi, thank you, Jim. My name's Amy Bear Shields. I'm the director of the Summit Free Public Library. I'm honored to be before you today to present you with a brief video history of the library celebrating 150 years of informing, enriching, and inspiring our diverse community. I just want to say a quick word of thanks to the Friends of the Library who supported the creation of the video, HTTV for filming the video, our library staff member, Tom, who wrote, directed, and edited the video, the Summit Historical Society for helping us to find images, and all the staff at the library who worked to find images and information that brought this video together. So without further ado. Nestled in the heart of Summit, New Jersey, the Summit Free Public Library has been a cornerstone of learning, inspiration, and connection for the residents of this vibrant community for 150 years. Hello, my name is Amy Bear Shields, and I am the director of the Summit Free Public Library. Join us as we explore the rich history of the library and how it has grown from its humble beginnings in a rented room to the modern, multifaceted institution it is today. In 1873, long before Summit had a public library, there was an organization of women who delighted in reading and sharing books together. Let's picture a meeting of the Ladies' Book Club of Summit under the leadership of their gifted president, Miss Joanna Matthews, and author of children's books. They enjoyed keeping up with the latest novels and classics, and at one of their meetings, the suggestion was made that Summit might be ready for a circulating library. A group of citizens met in December 1873, and on January 10, 1874, they formed the Summit Library Association. The first board of trustees was headed by William Z. Larned and included several members of the Ladies' Book Club, their husbands, and Jonathan Bunnell, son of Crane Bunnell, who originally acquired most of the property in Summit before it was founded, and persuaded the Morris and Essex Railroad to pass through the area. The books were first kept in Dr. William Risk's small frame house on Springfield Avenue. At that time, Dr. Risk was the only physician in Summit. The library was first open for only 2 hours each Saturday afternoon. In 1878, the library moved across the street to the new school building, which later became Summit City Hall. At this time, responsible persons who were not stockholders were allowed to pay 15 cents a week to borrow a book. In its first 4 years, the library collected over 700 volumes. The first building was completed in April 1891. This building is now home to the Summit Playhouse, one of the oldest continuously operating community theaters in the United States. In 1893, the trustees announced that the library would be a free public library open to all residents, and in 1901, the library became a tax-supported municipal building operating under the New Jersey Library Statutes. Notable figures gave readings and lectures at the library, including Francis Hopkinson Smith, who designed the foundation of the Statue of Liberty, and Henry Van Dyke, who was later United States Ambassador to Luxembourg. Both of them were also authors who wrote dozens of short stories, novels, and travelogues. In 1907, two of the Soong sisters, among the most significant political figures in China in the early 20th century, came to Summit for school just across from the library at the Miss Clara Barton Potlin School. Summit's first professionally trained librarian, Louise Morris, said, "The library was evidently a great boon to the Soong sisters. Ching Ling was a great reader. Mei Ling's book selection ranged from Peter Rabbit to Dickens, but chiefly she just loved to just drop in to see what I was doing." In 1942, Mei Ling, then known as Madam Chiang Kai-shek, First Lady of the Republic of China, wrote a telegram which was read at the Summit Dinner for United China Relief stating, "To all good Summit people, including my schoolmates at Miss Potwin's with whom I skated, picnicked, and cut paper dolls, I send affectionate and wistful greetings." Under the influence of civic-minded leaders, it was decided that a larger library should be built in a more central location. The Summit Homeland Company, representing the Bunnell family, donated a piece of land 2 blocks from the railroad station. Andrew Carnegie offered $16,000 for a new library building, which was later raised to $21,000 through one of Carnegie's personal friends, Summit resident William Lyle. The building dedication occurred on May 30th, 1911. The impressive interior featured a bright, spacious dome, a large central desk, and book stacks with tall windows. Story hour for little children became a regular feature of the library's work, a tradition which has since continued at the Summit Library for over 100 years. And the original plaque from the Carnegie Building still stands outside the library today. In the early 1960s, the library faced a challenge that was similar to the one it encountered during the construction of the Carnegie Library, a lack of space to accommodate its rapidly growing collection. It became evident that the Summit Library needed a new home. In 1961, 400 dedicated townspeople enrolled as members of the Committee for a New Summit Library. This committee worked tirelessly to convince the local council to approve a bond issue for the new library. After 2 years of advocacy, the council approved the bond issue on January 19, 1961. The original committee disbanded, and its members formed a permanent group called Friends of the Summit Library. Construction of the new library was completed in January 1964, and the staff, under the leadership of then director Miss Jane Scott McClure, grew to 17 full-time employees. The dedication ceremony took place on May 2nd, 1965, with 2 cherry blossom trees in full bloom, which had grown up in front of the Carnegie Library. In the following decades, the Summit Library became a vibrant community hub, hosting numerous events such as school-related visits, film showings, magician performances, preschool story hours, and puppet shows. Patients from Overlook Hospital visited the library annually to enjoy morning coffee and view exhibits showcasing their work in arts and crafts. As technology evolved, the library embraced new resources, including microfilm readers in the 1960s, computer terminals in the 1980s, and eventually offering public access to the internet in the 1990s. CDs and videos were added to the collection, and patrons could search the card catalog by computer. In 1996, under director Glenn Devitt, there was a capital campaign to raise funds for an expansion and renovation of the library. $1.3 million was raised in part with a community production of The Music Man. Construction began in October of 1997. The library building reopened in March of 1999. In 2013, under Director Susan Permahos, the library embraced the digital age. During her tenure, the library's expanded patrons access to ebooks, e-audiobooks, and online databases, and offered streaming services and virtual events. The youth services room was renovated, and popular new programs were added, such as concerts in the Rotunda and the Explore Your World lecture series. In the 21st century, the Summit Free Public Library has continued to innovate and expand its services, collaborating with local schools, businesses, and organizations. The library has become a hub for cultural and educational events, such as art classes, craft workshops, author talks, Lunar New Year celebrations, and much more. For 150 years, the Summit Free Public Library has stood as a testament to the power of knowledge and the importance of community, and has evolved to meet the ever-changing needs of patrons. The library has remained a constant source of inspiration, learning, and connection for generations of Summit residents. As we look to the future, the Summit Free Public Library will undoubtedly continue to evolve and adapt, embracing new challenges and opportunities. But one thing remains certain: the library will have an unwavering commitment to provide the people of Summit and neighboring communities with excellent resources, programs, services, and of course, books. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the library's history as we celebrate a cherished institution that has informed, enriched, and inspired the lives of so many.
Thank you. That was fantastic. Did you want to say any last words before we move on? No?
We look forward to celebrating the whole year.
Make
Yeah.
sure you have a library card.
Yeah. Thank you. No, you've done a phenomenal job, so we really appreciate it. Okay. Thank you for your presentation tonight. Okay. We are going to move on to public comments. And as we begin the public comment portion of the meeting, I'd like to ask, when you come to the lectern, please state your name and your address to the clerk. We also ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. We have a full house tonight, so we're hoping that we get to everybody and everyone has the opportunity to speak. Public comment is a valuable opportunity for everyone. I broke the rules 2 weeks ago, and I was engaging in conversation in public comments. That's my typical nature, but it really is public comments. So when you come up, if you have any questions, just be sure to email them to cityclerk@cityofsummit.org, and we will get back to you. So I'm going to open up public comment. Please remind you to say your name, your address, and try to keep it around 3 minutes. I know everybody wants to speak. Who's coming up first?
Hello, Council. My name is Philip Angelo, 104 Boltestrow Road in Summit, 30-year resident and also a business owner in town. I wanted to comment on the closure of Maple Street. From a resident perspective, I don't think it's a great idea. It clogs traffic. It's a main thoroughfare going through the town. A lot of residents. It's a hassle, and it's just not a great idea. From a business perspective, being in the town for 30 years, I think it's just the amount of rent that I pay from a business owner and the square footage that I have allows me to service so many people, and I have tables that I'm paying for. When other business owners get that same accommodation for no cost, it's an unfair advantage to some of the other local business owners. So to satisfy a few, many are suffering on a business standpoint. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Carlos Maecha, 23 Stockton Road. Just wanted to underscore some of the similar points Mr. Angelo made. Of course, his being from a business owner in town has a lot of credence. I have a quick statement here that I wrote. Good evening. I'm here to ask the Common Council to use common sense and vote against closing Maple Street, for obvious reasons. It is nothing more than an encroachment on public space for the benefit of few businesses that get an unfair advantage at the expense of others, while increasing risks of traffic and pedestrian safety. Congestion on roads and sidewalks pose safety risks for both drivers and pedestrians and add barriers to emergency vehicles. It is simply not worth limiting Maple Street's accessibility by making it harder to navigate the area. Please vote no. Thank you.
Is anyone else coming up? Okay. I assumed everyone was here to speak.
Hi.
Hi.
So I'm Dylan Baker, 72 Dale Drive, Summit, New Jersey, resident, also business owner, Summit House in Barbacoa, 10 Maple Street, and 395 Springfield Avenue. Obviously, I've been very involved with the closure of Maple Street from the beginning. During COVID, an incredible lifeline to the businesses that operate, the restaurants that operate on Maple Street. I have to say that we had a really great beta test of this closure for 3 years, and it worked great. There's been surveys that have been done, over 80% approval rating of residents in town, 80% approval rating for a seasonal closure. I'm here to say, from a business perspective, I was flat this year. We don't see some huge windfall, financial windfall of the closure of Maple Street. I can't speak for the other restaurants, but we were dead flat this year without the closure versus the year before. I am here as a resident and on the front lines of it to tell you, I hear people every day, when's that closure coming back? When can we do outdoor dining again? We loved it. It's so great for the town. It brings everybody together. It's great for the community. Over and over and over again. You know, we love doing it. We love seeing everybody gather together. I'm part of the community. Part of the reason we started the restaurant is because we're in the community and saw a need. You know, I still see a need. I see a need for outdoor dining in Summit, a place where people can gather. Maple Street has been tested, it's been vetted, it works. It works for the police, it works for the fire, it works for the 5 restaurants operating there that are full service. It doesn't work elsewhere. It works on Maple Street. We have a track record, and I'd like you to look at the last 3 years, do an actual survey, see what the town's response is. You know, it's been done once. It was done by another council. If you'd like to do it again, I'd strongly encourage you. I'm almost sure you'll come up with the same 70, 80% approval rating for a seasonal closure on Maple Street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to the new members on council. My name is Carol Ann Kleins, and I live at 130 Pine Grove Avenue. I am the only person in the city of Summit who works at the intersection of Maple Street and Union Place. My company, which is Christie's International Real Estate, is about 50 feet wide in their rental space, and the whole front of our building is glass. My personal office is just inside the lobby, and I have a glass wall in front of my desk. Having worked there for the last 5 years, all of these last spring and summers we've allowed eating in the middle of the street, except for last summer, I have seen the most atrocious things happen. This is not being for or against the restaurants, by the way. It's a question of safety for me. I happen to be a realtor who's there in the office every day, and I see cars going west on Union Place who try desperately to get through the little opening. If you are acquainted with that space, when the orange barricades are up, there's a little space that's open for cars to go up Maple Street and to go, not quite sure what it's called, but there is a section between the 2 buildings where you can go in and park your car. I happen to have a lease space there. So I have seen cars desperately trying, mostly I think drivers don't know which way to go. In front of my building, probably twice a day, which is 47 Maple Street, by the way. In front of my building, probably twice a day, there are huge trucks dropping off, I'll call them goods, to the restaurants, to 47 Maple, which has doctors and lawyers, and in fact, Christie's. So a lot of boxes, FedEx, UPS, et cetera, are dropped off. And when cars are trying to get around that intersection, I think it's a serious and a dangerous problem. The other thing is when cars are going west on Union Place, they go around the historic caution light and go back the other way going east on Maple Street. So if you can picture what I'm talking about, it is really a serious problem. Again, I'm not against the restaurants, but I will say quickly that we have 2 new stores on Maple Street, both of which probably would welcome foot traffic. My company would certainly welcome foot traffic. We have Lob Lolly, and we have, I've forgotten the name of the other nice shop on Maple. Thank you, Cannibal and Company. And they would love, I'm sure, foot traffic. We also have other shops on Maple which would be restricted for foot traffic. So, and the last thing to think about is of the streets which go from our main street, Springfield Avenue, all the way up to Ashland Road, there are only 2. One is Maple and the other is Summit Avenue. So that's my view about the danger of it. And it's not about the number of cars, it's really that drivers don't know which way to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, if I may, I know we're not going to talk back and forth, but is there a possibility that we can put some of her comments into a DAR? I think she brings up 2 important points. One is the trucks that are putting deliveries there, and as well she presented safety concerns. So should we move that to a DAR, Rosie, during the meeting? I think there's some important, one could go to my committee and maybe one could go to safety.
For tonight's discussion?
No, not for tonight, but just so we have it, so we mark it down.
At your discretion, I'll.
Yeah, yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Council President?
Go ahead.
Do DAR requests have to be put in writing, or are they okay being requested during the meeting? Just making sure we follow what we.
They can be requested during the meeting by a council person.
Great, thank you.
Sorry,
Hi.
thank you.
My name is Bill Schneller. I'm the retired police chief. 43 years of service with the city of Summit. Now, I'm not here to talk about outdoor dining. My field was public safety. I just can't fathom closing Maple Street and reducing a public safety option because there's only 2. As the lady before me pointed out, Summit Avenue and Maple Street are the only ones that run from south of Broad Street into the CBD. Once you reduce that option, you reduce the options for the police, the fire, and the rescue squad, especially if there's multiple catastrophes. You just can't hypothesize that there's not going to be any problems or any catastrophes in the central business district. And with that in mind, how could you possibly close off an option to continue traffic on Maple Street? To me, I would hate to think of someone getting hurt or worse because the rescue squad couldn't get into a certain spot or the fire department couldn't manipulate, and the police department would have the least amount of troubles because of our equipment being smaller. But it is a public safety issue. And you have to realize that this is not a party animal thing. This is not whether you want to eat outdoors. It's whether you want to continue the safe flow of traffic in the central business district.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brianne Tamaro-Pelucio. I live at 84 Winship Road, Summit, technically Berkeley Heights Township. I'm a business owner in Summit. My business, I wasn't planning on speaking, but I feel compelled to. I own number 18 Boutique at 44 Maple Street, right where we were just speaking about. And I have to say, from a business perspective and from a safety perspective, it's been incredibly difficult for us. There are, trucks that are parked there all day long. You can't see. I've almost gotten hit multiple times in the crosswalk. And I'm not even allowed to pull in front of my own store. I've been now there for 10 years in that location 7 to drop stuff off without getting a ticket, but there are cars parked there all day. I have people that come in the store that ask me over and over again, oh, this is such a great store. How long have you been here? And I'm like, 10 years. And they're like, I've never seen this store. And I'm like, that's because the road was closed for so many years. The last thing I would ever want to do is, hurt the restaurant business. I happen to be friends with both restaurants. I grew up with the Batichis. I'm a big fan of Fiorino's and the Summit House, and I want everyone to win. But I just don't think that it makes sense to close the street again. I need people to drive by and see it. My business personally has been up 100% this year. That's not all related to the street being open. It has a lot to do with other things we've been doing. But having foot traffic and having people being able to drive down the road has been an immense help. And I don't think that it makes sense to close it again. And I have to ask one last question. When we move the firehouse to the new location, will that make a difference, if the route even makes sense, if people can access everywhere in town, if there was an emergency? So I think there has to be a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosemary Zotti, Shumpike Road. Hundreds of people enjoy the outdoor dining on Maple Street, but thousands of Summit residents and taxpayers are inconvenienced. I supported the closing of Maple Street to help our restaurants during the pandemic, but the pandemic is over. The issue now is safety. I'm going to repeat something I said at a previous council meeting about the Summit Promenade on Springfield Avenue. It wasn't always an open space. There was a building there, and that building caught on fire. The fire trucks came through Maple Street to get to the front of the building on Springfield Avenue. The police came through the alley on Maple Street to get to the back of the building. It was retail on the ground floor and residential tenants on the second and third floor. There was at least a dozen pieces of equipment, including 3 aerial fire trucks that fought the blaze. One tenant had to be rescued from her 3rd floor window. After the rescue, the fire went out of control and completely gutted the building's interior. We pray nothing like that happens again in Summit, but there are many residential tenants in our downtown. This is a real safety issue that we all should be concerned about. Our streets are for cars and emergency vehicles, not tables and parklets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Bonnie Morrison, 24 Rotary Drive. I'm actually doing some edits on the fly here, but one thing I wanted to talk about in relation to Maple Street is the whole concept of seasonal closure. Everybody likes to talk about how everybody agrees on seasonal closure. But the one concept that we haven't gotten on that is just how much time does a seasonal closure represent? The SDI Commission survey apparently gave the following options for closure. Always, seasonally, weekends, special occasions, and never. No specific dates mentioned. About 80% of the respondents approved of always and seasonally, but nowhere in the presentation is there an indication of what date span constitutes seasonal. Despite this, the consultants recommended a seasonal closure from May 1st to October 15th. Shortly after this presentation was made in this chamber in December 2022, then council member, now council president, Allen, created an informal, non-scientific survey online that included date spans of potential seasonal closures. 65% of the 324 respondents selected dates falling between Memorial Day and Labor Day. Only 8% selected the May to October timeframe, while 27% said never. Meanwhile, the letter the restaurants sent out this week to their patrons said that any closure less than April 15th through October, 6.5 months, would not be worth their investment in staff and equipment. So while it's fair to say there is support for a seasonal closure, it's clear that there is no consensus or common understanding of how long a seasonal closure would be. If council decides to pursue this, the first step really should be to conduct a more meaningful survey to determine what the definition of seasonal closure is to the residents that are in favor of it. If it turns out the majority chooses a summer-only closure or a duration less than 6 months that the restaurants say is required for them, then we'll know and we can move on from this issue.
Thank you.
Through you, Council President?
Oh.
Sorry. This is a place where I would think a DAR may be useful.
Oh.
Requesting a survey by the city.
Sure.
Just discussion. I don't know what committee that would be. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably CAP, I think. Yeah.
Safety.
Okay, safety.
Or
No, the
tax.
time frame would be CAP,
Yes.
right? The safety would do the alleyway between, that goes to Maple. Come on up, sorry. Hi.
Hi, Rich Gallupo, 7 Valemount Way. First, I want to congratulate all the new council members. Nice to see everyone and in all the new faces. And just again about the safety issue, as retired Chief Schneller said, to block off Maple would really be a safety issue. I know I have, on Valemount Way, I have a couple seniors alone, and I know Mr. Coffey at 11 Valemount Way wanted me to bring it up, that he gets so nervous just to even go to CVS when the Maple Street is closed because there's so much traffic on Summit Avenue. So I just want to go over what everyone said. That's all. Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
nice night.
And I forgot to ask, if anybody brought a statement, you could give it to Clerk Licatis here or email her at cityclerk@cityofsummit.org.
I brought a statement.
Okay.
I just put it
Is that more
together.
than 3 minutes?
I just put it together. Is that part of my 3 minutes?
Yeah, no.
It is.
It can't happen in Summit. It can't happen if there's outside dining on Maple Street. And it can. Last summer, a man passed out in a truck and drove into the Summit House.
Summit Diner.
Summit Diner. I pictured that man at the beginning of Maple Street, when there's dining, passing out 60 miles an hour to DeForest. It can happen. Don't say it can't happen. It can. You probably have guessed, I am not in favor of outside dining on Maple Street. I'm in favor of keeping it open for cars and trucks, vehicular traffic. I think we've heard a lot about that. And as Rosemary said, Rosemary Zotti, not this Rosemary, the clerk, the great clerk, the pandemic. I think there was support for that. We felt let's help our restaurants. That's over with. The pandemic is over. We had a pandemic opportunity because the restaurants couldn't use their entire restaurant. Had to be so far apart. It made sense. It doesn't make any sense anymore. The Maple Street, as several people have said, is one of two north-south major roads. Would you close Summit Avenue, the other major road? You wouldn't, because it's a county road and the county wouldn't permit it. We can't do that. I thought there must be some authority for this, Matt. And there is. The Summit Master Plan. It addresses 4 things in the master plan that relate to Maple Street and conclude that you can't have Downey on a street where there should be trucks and cars. Number 1, these are objectives of the master plan, to promote the free flow of traffic. Obviously, dining 6 months out of the year on one of 2 main arteries is not the free flow of traffic. Number 2, to channel traffic through and to major streets. Right now, that flow is into Maple Street. This would absolutely be a violation of this objective. 3, to provide adequate parking and adequate loading and unloading areas. Do I have to say more? If all the parking would be removed, there would be no loading or unloading. And where would they be? On someone else's property that's running a business, they would have trucks in front of a business outside Maple Street, and then bring things in. Another violation. And the 4th one is probably the greatest. To relieve traffic congestion in the CRBD. To relieve traffic congestion. Maple Street does that. And something has happened in the last 2 years that it's made downtown more congested. With all due respect to the fire department, they're the best. They took 200 parking spaces, 200, to build the firehouse on a parking lot that was used for non-residents. I was on the parking committee at SDI with Steve Pardee. When that was planned, before it was approved, we went to the mayor. The parking director was on medical leave. What are you going to do with those 200 people? They have to go back to their place of origin. Not so. They moved into the garage that was built for residents, employees, and commuters, Summit commuters. And it's packed at 8:45 every day. Packed. To relieve traffic congestion. This would not relieve it. This would be a tremendous, substantial increase in parking at downtown that's almost gridlock during the day. I forgot to tell them. My name is Gil Warren, 45 Wallace
Thank you.
Road.
Thank
and
you.
my business is on Beechwood Road. I forgot to say that, and to congratulate you on your elections.
Thank you.
I'll wrap this up. I'm sure it's more than 3 minutes. I like outside dining, but not on the second busiest street, north and south, downtown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gil.
Thank you, Gil.
Deja vu. Janie Racklin, 29 Maple Street. Third generation Summit resident. Family moved here in 1906.
Did they go to the library?
I remember the old library. I know Jane McClure was a customer of ours. But I don't know the Asian ladies. I've spoken here several times before on this subject, and my opinion has not changed. The potential closure of Maple Street, in my opinion, reeks of favoritism towards restaurants. Is the plan meant to include all businesses on our street being able to set up tables and racks? This could be problematic because small shops will have to bring their merchandise out and in every day, and most likely have to hire more help to keep an eye on things inside and out. By closing Maple Street, you're putting an unbearable amount of traffic onto Summit Avenue, which is already difficult to navigate. By closing Maple Street, you are limiting and hindering emergency access to our properties and pedestrians. By closing Maple Street, you are making it difficult for repair, maintenance, and delivery vehicles to get to us. We do not all have back doors. By closing Maple Street, you are disturbing the peace of the residents who live there. Dining outdoors may be quaint and charming, but not on the major thoroughfare that Maple Street is.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, Michael DaCosta, 100 Blackburn Road, Summit. So I just came here tonight because my wife said, why don't you come down? They're going to talk about Maple Street. You might have an interest in what they're saying. So I don't own a business. I don't have facts and figures. No pieces of paper with a statement here. Just a resident who's lived in Summit for 20 years, has enjoyed being downtown. Glad you showed the library thing tonight because it shows how vibrant downtown can be when unique experiences are provided downtown. Closing the street downtown makes it unique. People have talked about how vibrant Summit has been over the last 3 years since COVID. Well, that's because people are downtown. They're sitting down, they're eating. And again, I'm not in favor of the restaurants or whatever. I just like the foot traffic. As an architect, an urban planner, this is what most towns want to do throughout the United States. The fact that we're debating this because of public safety, this is not unsurmountable. There are studies that you can do. The barriers are temporary. New York City closes down Times Square. If there's ever been a threat about closing down a downtown environment from a public safety standpoint, nothing is bigger than that one. And they found a plan to figure it out. Traffic, yes, that's a concern. But I don't think any of us here would want to live on a highway, so why do we want to speed up traffic in our downtown? I walk downtown. Would like traffic to be slower. I have young kids who have almost been hit by cars, so I don't want people to go any faster than they're already going today downtown. That's pretty much it. Again, I'm not in favor of closing that street down all year round, but I do think someone brought up the idea of having a conversation about what seasonally is. I think having restaurants down there, having music down there is great. Having foot traffic down there is great. I think the lights downtown and having people move around just makes it feel safe and more vibrant. If you look around downtown, there's not a single business that's got a for lease sign on it. Why do you think that is? It's because it's vibrant. That has not always been the case in my 20 years in Summit. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bruce Lurkoff. I own a building at 26 Maple Street. And we've owned that building, and it's been in the family for probably 75 years. Not sure why this issue is even on the table anymore. After the West Broad Street debacle and all the problems the town had before the last, in my opinion, illegal closure of Maple Street, here it is again that we're sitting here and debating this thing. That being said, I understand that the council said that they looked into other street closures as well. If you decide to go forward, and I'm dead against it being closed at all, you should take Union Place, Beechwood, Summit Avenue, and Maple Street and close each one on a rotating basis. So each street only closes once every 4 years, and you're fair to all the other restaurateurs in town. Why should the street be closed down at all? But if so, it should only be closed from July 1st to Labor Day. It's not the concern of anyone else who and how much a vendor has to pay for equipment themselves of outdoor furniture, etc. It's a cost of doing business. Don't want to invest the dollars to do the business? Don't serve outside. As an alternative, maybe the summit should look at the park. You got a beautiful park over there. They could build an outdoor food court with possibly an open-air tent. The restaurateurs in town could buy a food truck or have a food truck, or they could bring their facilities over there on a rotating basis. They could pay a fee to use it, and it's open to everyone, and we don't close any roads. I mean, that's a way to look at something like this. They do it for the movies, for the town, and shows over there. Well, might as well have outdoor dining in the park too. Keep everybody in one area. Be safe. Police are over there, and we don't close the roads. If that were the case, the town could buy the equipment, tent, etc., and make it available to all food enterprises and require a general fee to cover their cost and charge it directly to the participating restaurateurs. Landlords need the drive-by visibility for our tenants. This is a must for leasing, refinancing, maximizing rents, and business volatility. It's our investments at stake, and it's not up to some third-party popularity contest with people that have no stake in our investment. Lastly, anyone associated with advancing this agenda should consider that maybe if something happens, God forbid, and it can happen just like it did in the Summit Diner and different places, maybe they should look at the liability themselves who've pushed this thing. I mean, is the council, the fire department, if they approve it, the police department, if they approve it, they say there's no problem. By the way, I'm not even sure if last time it was stated that they saw no problem in this. Did they put it in writing and submit it? I'd like to see it in writing if that's what they're going to say. Because we've had retired police officers and fire people here saying that it's a real safety issue. Now, I don't know how you can say it isn't. So, I'm hoping that this council finally puts an end to this or sees an alternative that's fair to everybody and seasonal. Jesus, April 15th, I think the last one was, until October 30th. Why don't you do a study on how many people were out there and on April 1st until maybe the middle of May or Labor or Memorial Day, and see exactly how many people were there and how many people were in the restaurants or how many vacant seats and tables were at the restaurant. Because they certainly, if you didn't have the outdoor dining, they'd be inside. And people having a fire pit in November with 2 chairs out on Maple Street in front of the Summit? So, I mean, it was ridiculous when you see something like that and they're closing off a major artery. Where's the common sense? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to take a quick opportunity, to let everybody know this is in committee. Councilwoman Hamlet is looking at it in cap. I'd like to have everybody come and make comments.
I'm the lucky winner.
Yeah. And I will have you give an update, Councilwoman Hamlet. But
Absolutely.
Hey, how you doing? Erwin Miller, 5 Nob Hill Drive. I don't have a strong feeling about it, but I'm pro closure, I guess. I mean, I'm open to other locations or whatever, but this seems like it makes the most sense and attracts people outside Summit to come spend their money in Summit. So let's not forget that, people. And that is a goal here, to attract people to spend money in Summit. It also affects other businesses in town. So I don't know, the local, I can't speak to every business, but I would imagine people from outside Summit coming to Summit to spend their money in Summit is a good thing. Additionally, with regard to the safety issue, which is important, you should talk about it in the committee, but you know how we close off the whole street, could we just keep an opening in the middle or on the side that is large enough for an emergency vehicle to pass through? So if there's an emergency situation, that vehicle can simply pass through. I think that would just be a few fewer tables. Talk to the Summit guy if having a few fewer tables would allow him to still operate. If so, you could still have emergency vehicles pass through, and that seems like a very simple solution to the problem that people are complaining about with regard to traffic. This guy brought up a great point. I'm not sure why everyone wants fast traffic in town. We don't want slower traffic in town, so it doesn't seem like such a big deal. Also, I think we could try it for a year without the COVID situation and see how it actually plays out. So I think there's a lot of reasons to try it again and do it if we could do some sort of pass-through situation where an emergency vehicle could pass through, which seems relatively simple to solve. So if we come up with simple solutions instead of fear-mongering and complaining about whatever you want to complain about, I think that would be a good solution. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anybody else?
Hi, Brandon Sternberg, Fordale Drive. I wasn't planning on speaking about Maple Street closure. I didn't know this was, a lot of emphasis on this. But I just wanted to say I think we should really think about coming up together with a great solution. I think a lot of people are attracted to Summit because of outdoor dining. I absolutely love it. It's what me and my wife and our friends look forward to in the summer. Our friends come to Summit to for outdoor dining. And I really think what we really just need to think about safety is probably one of the most important considerations. But there has to be a solution, and I think we could try and accommodate everybody. And whether it be a survey to see what broader people think, just across the community, I think it's a great idea. But just wanted to emphasize that, I'm new to Summit, and it's one thing that I'm absolutely love about the town. And, it kind of sucked last year, but just want to express my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Diego Huic, 9 Court. So a study is how corporations scale projects. So basically, the more we study something, nothing ever happens. We have 2 independent surveys, one from Lisa Allen's mailing list.
It's famous. Everyone refers to it.
It was on your website. Everybody looked at your website. And it showed, I don't remember the numbers, but close to 70% of the people want that to happen. So regardless of we have a small sample of our 22,000 residents here. Regardless of the numbers here, what matters is what the vast majority of our population, taxpaying people want to see happen. Melbourne does it, Madison, Maplewood, all closed down their streets last year. I saw a lot of Summit residents there during the summer. New York City closed down all of Broadway. Now, you want to talk about Times Square? We can talk about Times Square. Broadway is a whole major thoroughway as well, and they were able to do it. Madrid, where my mom lives, they're pretty much closing down the entire center of the town to vehicles. Regardless, that adds value because it makes for a vibrant community where people can enjoy each other's company. I understand, I empathize with all the concerns, but I think that ultimately we have to decide what we're going to do. We know what the ordinance is that we need to pass. I am sure the ordinance will be sent over to DOT. So ultimately, I think that we should just go ahead and get it done. The vast majority of people in Summit, myself included, would like to see this happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Daniel Jackson, 28 Morris Avenue. Roads belong to everybody. They don't belong to you, they don't belong to me, they don't belong to anyone listening. They belong collectively to everybody. They don't belong to crony capitalism. They have a function for social interaction. When I go to other roads, when other towns, I should say, I expect the roads to be open. They weren't created or dedicated for special interest. A business cannot say, here's this publicly created and dedicated road. I think I can gain an economic advantage in taking over and preempting the public purposes of it. I think I'm going to come down to City Hall and find out what exactly I can get from them. Maybe I'll pay a little bit or something. It doesn't work that way. I'm against closure at any time. It should be open 12 months. That's what it functions as. And I have to comment about the consultants, because you hear things like there was a fire one time and Maple Street had to be accessed. Or you hear there could be a terrible emergency if Summit Avenue is closed while Maple Street for a non-emergency is also closed, a non-emergency. You hear things, there was a cardiologist who wrote a letter to the Milburn TAP saying that some of his assistants are having a hard time getting to the hospital at certain times because of the closure in Milburn. You hear these things, and what do you hear from the planners? Public spaces. Because we rely so much on the planners, the planners are supposed to have all the answers, and of course, they want Summit to close it so they can go to the next town and say, see what we did in Summit? They're making money. That's what's happening. They're making money. So somebody brings up the point of, if you close down Summit, there's going to be a lot more compression of other streets. And you hear these comments, and what do the planners talk about? Street furniture. They come up with academic abstractions that are injurious to the public. And it reminds me so much of the pilot programs, because we said to the planners, you know, with e-commerce and the malls, what can we do to revitalize our businesses? And they come up and they say, well, you need redevelopment because you're a densely populated state. You were a densely populated state, so what you need is not development, but redevelopment. So they come up with pilot programs, and sure enough, they get some towns to do it, and then they convince. How close did Summit come to giving a pilot? Because other communities were doing it. Was it that close, or was it that close? And they will go to, and as soon as if someone had given a pilot, they would have been right going to other towns to convince them, yeah, let's give pilots to all the communities. This is the way we redevelop in New Jersey, and a lot of council people will believe it. Members of the public will believe it, just as they believe, yeah, we can revitalize businesses in Summit. And what proof did they offer? Their assertions. And of course, they can't wait to do it so they can go to the next town and make more money. So not only do we have maybe just 3 towns or 4 towns that have impeded emergency operations, that have crony capitalism and favoritism. Now they have 10 communities or 20 communities. They've grown. So when Summit residents go to other towns, they say, gee, I can't get anywhere. There's so much obstruction. There are tables that are used 2% of the time because of weather and whatever. All kinds of frustration from Summit residents going on to public roads. And I'll just conclude that by saying these are public streets. They should be open 12 months a year.
Thank you.
Good evening, Francesco Alessi, 145 Oak Ridge Avenue, Summit, New Jersey. I want to talk about something a little bit, I don't want to mess up the sequence, but...
I just want to say, public comment is for nothing on the agenda. If you're going to reference something on the agenda.
Yeah, I want to talk about a specific ordinance, but...
we'll do it after public comment.
Okay, perfect.
We're almost close.
No problem. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
I'm ready to go.
Don't leave.
Thank you.
Councilwoman? Since is it okay?
Of course.
Okay, since we're still in public comments, I did want to, I think it's important to mention that we did receive emails that was from residents who were unable to attend here tonight. I believe we received close to 40 or 45 emails.
More like 100.
Okay. So we did receive emails from residents who were unable to attend today that were, I guess, a mix of for Maple Street closure as well as against it. But I felt like because they're not here and I don't think it was available to the residents here, I just felt like it was important to mention that
I
it was.
appreciate that.
We did receive emails from members of the the community that are for it and against it as well, but I did want to mention that.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask if those get aggregated anywhere? Sorry, I was speaking before.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
He was asking if they get aggregated, the emails?
They're public record, you just have to request them through Oprah, if you want to see them.
I don't have
He doesn't want to file an Oprah request? Is that what he's saying?
He doesn't have Oprah.
You don't have Oprah? Oh, go to the city website, click on the Oprah icon. You can request any record you want. Okay.
Council President,
Yes, yeah.
just because, for the simple fact that we are collecting them and asking residents to provide emails, should we discuss at some point making those public so that residents don't have to do an Oprah?
Yeah, so for tonight, we're gonna, absolutely. So tonight, we really hadn't really planned on talking about Maple Street, but there's a lot of energy around it, and so I absolutely appreciate everybody coming. I'm gonna take a pause for a minute, Councilwoman Hamlet, because, Mrs. Toth, Claire Toth, had come and requested a DAR for us to look at closing Maple Street, so I think that's kind of where all this energy started. And we kicked it over to Cap. So do you want to give an update? Councilwoman
Sure.
Hamlet?
Good evening, everyone. I didn't have anything formally written out because I really did want to hear from everybody tonight. What I will say is we've heard from a lot of different people. We've heard from residents who want Maple closed, residents who don't want Maple closed, business owners who want Maple open, business owners who don't want Maple Street open. We've heard from former public safety officials. We've heard from restaurant owners. We've heard from former city administrators. We've heard from veterans who've spent their lives protecting our very own freedom and safety. And for those of you who don't know, we actually have residents who live on this street who are impacted. I think what we can all agree upon after listening to all these conversations is there are a lot of residents who want outdoor dining. We recognize that. But the one thing nobody touched upon tonight, I think everybody needs to think about this and take a pause. It's February of 2024. I sat where all of you are sitting 14 months ago. Where have all these comments and questions and excitement been? We've had 14 months. We've had 11 months since we determined that PSE&G was closing the road, correct, Director Schrager? It was 11 months? So we've had 11 months. And now everybody's asking me to rush my director of my committee and put him at risk because the residents like outdoor dining. And I get it. I like outdoor dining. So we heard from an architect. Where are you at? Was he here? Still here? Architect? Maybe he left. I think it was, yes. So we've heard from you. We've heard from Bruce, I think at 26 Maple. Even though you don't want Maple closed, you have a lot of good ideas. So I think it's really important to think about where have we all been for the last 11 months? Because now we have a new firehouse. We have a brand new council who hasn't been privy to the safety studies. And we want to make all of you restaurant owners successful. We want that. I think everybody wants that. We really do. I spent time today on the phone with Nancy Adams from Summit Downtown. I actually called Wells Fargo to see if they would work with us and potentially close part of the parking lot. I think we all want you to be successful. And we all, well, more successful.
Sir, you can't yell from the audience.
I think our goal is we want to make you successful. We want to make the residents happy. But at the end of the day, we have to make sure it's safe. And we will put it in committee, but I would say that I enthusiastically support all different ideas for outdoor dining. Please continue your feedback. We will put this in committee. What I've asked Summit Downtown to do, and Council President Lisa Allen today, is to re-engage the business owners, the landlords, and the tenants, and really get buy-in for this process. And we will handle it in a committee from a safety perspective, but we can all work together and hopefully create an environment that works for everybody. I think we all like outdoor dining and want it to work, but I really wish we would have started these conversations 11 months ago. We would have been happy to look at this and really take the time and dig deep. And I even reached out to our city planner last week and I said, you know, what do you have for me? What other options do you have? So we are proactively, but I have not heard, you know, for any requests up until recently. So, but happy to hear all your comments and thank you. It's nice to see everybody come out in every different direction.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman Hamlet. So we will end up, I don't want to do a ton of dialogue on this tonight because it's really about public comment, but we will be engaging with the community. And just the conversation that we had with Nancy Adams, who is the executive director for SDI, we said to her, like, why don't we just one day have her help us get everybody downtown who wants to have a meeting and just be heard. I think there's some business owners who love it and some who don't. So how can we get everybody on board and get the downtown engaged? And then at that point, CAP can still simultaneously look at all the permit, they can look at safety. So two processes can happen in parallel, but she seemed on board with that. So I think that that will be the next step, but we're going to have a night where we actually have a conversation with the community. This is definitely not the way to do that. So in the sense that it's public comment. So is there anything else you want to add?
Council President, did we close public comments?
No.
Okay, we kind of.
No, I was just answering questions.
No, I got you.
So, come on.
Pat Hurley, 192 Ashland Road in Summit. It's kind of weird being here. I haven't been in council chambers now for 6 years. It's kind of strange on this side of it. I came here to talk about something else, but Jamel knows what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to say anyway, so I'm not even going to say it because he was very open to it. But I'm not.
Previous
talking about
Councilman
that.
Hurley, you're not going to talk about the trespass?
No, I'm not. I'm going to talk about this. I had no idea this discussion was
okay.
going to happen tonight. That's why I'm talking during public comments.
Awesome.
Because I'm leaving, because I'm tired.
Okay.
So I'm not going to stick. Road closures. We actually talked about this back in 2016, I believe, which was the reason why we knew Summit needed this because it was happening all over the country. The reason why we proposed that traffic calming circle, which council approved unanimously, I believe it was 2016, maybe 15. Rose, I'm not going to put you on the spot. The idea was that would close, potentially have the option to put the infrastructure in place to seasonally close the area, Beechwood, Bank Street, and everything, because that made the most sense, and we had the most control over those roads. We understood there's a lot of logistical issues with businesses and all that, but that was the idea. Council approved that unanimously. The following year, it became a political football, and it was highlighted as something of council's, irresponsibility and funding and all that, and it died. It became a political issue, and then the new council came in, and it ended. So just from that perspective, I think it's something you should consider. Maple Street, for all the reasons cited tonight, especially safety, doesn't make a lot of sense to anybody. With respect to Times Square as the analogy, I've done a lot of security work in the Times Square area. I've done one Times Square, the Ball building itself, the Ball. I did a lot of work on the Ball in the building. I have a picture of me with the Ball. There's an extensive amount of very, very detailed planning that goes into public safety when those roads are all closed off, when Times Square was shut down. And the city spent millions and millions on planning. I was part of that for our clients. So I don't think that's a fair analogy to say that, well, hey, Times Square does it, we can do it here in Summit and there's no issues. It's a completely different issue. It's a apples to orange comparison. And that's it. That's all I wanted to say. So, but I would consider that area, go back, look at the minutes from 2016 and see what we considered then. Not just the project that was approved, but just what some of the thinking was back then and what we hoped to accomplish. I think we're ahead of our time. Don't you, Kev? I can't talk to you directly, I'm sorry. So, anyway, thank you very much. I have to leave. Jamel, you know what I'm going to say about the other stuff anyway. So, gotcha. And I appreciate your time the other day. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. Tony Melchiona, Maple Street property owner. I too, like Gil, and we're well prepared. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And welcome, new council and mayor. Thank you for your time and your service. Mike Rogers, of course, the great Rosemary, and Mr. Arduous, AKA our city solicitor. All right, we remember that. We love it. Everybody said what I wanted to say: legality, safety, and so on. One of the copies I have to council there's 10 copies, was a back and forth email chain from Lisa to myself, some people on SDI, including the chairman, Bob Conway, my reply, and Bob Conway's reply as chairman. I asked to have a subcommittee for SDI, since really just the SDI administrator was the one calling the shots and putting the questions out for that questionnaire. So, of course, they were a little slighted. I also looked at, received an email from Summit House, Bar, Bacoa, and of course Fiorino's, telling people to come out here to voice their opinion of how great the outdoor dining is. And it is. So no one's taking away that, and I've said that in the past. But a couple of things caught me in Summit House in their email out to everybody. And I'll just say, unfortunately, quote, closing the street only on the weekends or while school is out, school's in, tables in, school's out, tables out, isn't viable for the restaurant community from an investment standpoint, nor would it allow creating a top-notch outdoor investment. So it's not worth it to have something there while school's out because most people go away and it's hot. But you're still shooting for April to November. I don't know how that works. Next, we see that at the end of that email letter out to all the constituents there, while there are other streets under consideration for possible closure, only Maple Street is home to 5 full-service restaurants that can best, I'm stressing here, serve the community by offering outdoor dining. Well, I don't know about you guys, and I don't know about the public listening in. I don't know what that percentage of people could actually afford to go to these restaurants, which are fine restaurants. I don't take anything away from them, but they definitely are in the upper echelon of prices. What really serves the best of the community? 100% of the community. I got it, Beechwood Road. Do I want it on Beechwood? No, I don't want it on Beechwood because it's a legal and safety issue. If that's fine, great. We can get candy, we can get a juice, we get a slice of pizza, we get an ice cream, we get a coffee, we get donuts. Talk about community. We have family fun night there. We bring thousands of people there. That's what best serves the community. And 100%. Not 20, 30, 40%. Dylan could probably tell me more of what can really afford these restaurants. So we go over legal, we go over safety. What's fair? I talked about this and with the city solicitor. This is a public street. All these spaces have to go out to public bid. If I want to open up a new business and open up a hot dog cart, I want space on Maple Street. Why can't I get it? It's a public street. City planner, I forget now, a year or 2 years ago, sat with us, Dylan Baker was present also, that there's going to be new rules and regulations, fees, and allowed space. Just because you're, I'm regurgitating the same thing from a year ago. If you have 600 square feet inside, you're not getting 600 feet outside. There's going to be fees and so on and so forth. ABC, alcohol beverage control. 2024, this goes away. So for people asking for this to be permanent, the transfer of liquor license to the street may not be here with the New Jersey approval. Finally, after all this isn't done, is it safe? Is it legal? Will the fire and police department sign off and publicly speak to tell the residents that they believe we can get down Maple Street if there's an accident, if there's a heart attack, if there's a small fire that turns into a complete house disaster? Summer Avenue is a very busy street. It only gets busier when you shut down, excuse me, Maple Street. Carolyn, the realtor, Brianna, who have businesses there, I had a business there. When they blocked off that first portion of Maple Street to go into the alley for the parking garage, it was a loading nightmare. They were parked in front of my business. Poor Brianna had the brunt of it, and the kids' clothing store FedEx trucks, UPS, unloading, especially for the restaurants. That's a whole other thing. So at the end of this all, if you guys approve of this, guys and gals approve of this, maybe finally we could actually get something for real and no shenanigans. Council President at the time thought he sent something down to the Department of Transportation. We contacted them. Who Summit? And then we had a mea culpa, Mike Rogers, who said, and he took it on the chin, that he didn't do what he was supposed to do to get DOT closing. So it operated illegally. As my esteemed friend and attorney Gil Warren has said, we were really liable. We really had our heads out there. God forbid something happened, this city would have been sued big time because it was never approved by DOT. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Kevin McGoey, Woodland Avenue, 113 Woodland Avenue. The only thing I think that, unfortunately, it seems like, and I wanted to list everybody, we've put the cart way before the horse. What we learned in the past with this, and I don't have an opinion on whether I want Maple Street open or closed. I like the outdoor dining. I like the restaurants. But what we learned last year is that closing a road, as Matt Giacobbe said, is arduous. It's very difficult to close a public roadway for more than 48 hours. And there's a lot of reasons for that, and all the safety issues and everything else needs to be taken into account are the reasons for those regulations. In 2020, the governor put in an executive order that relieved us of meeting all the criteria to close a public roadway for more than 48 hours. I think the vast majority of people behind me don't understand this. So in 2020, we were able to close it because we didn't need to abide by the laws. In 2021, we didn't need to abide by the laws. That ended at the beginning of 2022. Unfortunately, at the time, the council and other people had made up their mind that we are going to close it. So then it became, how do we close it? Oh, we just need to do this. Well, what we did previously didn't work because the executive order was gone. So then we created this ordinance. And in the ordinance, we made representations, or you made representations of people that were here. I think Lisa, you apologize for it, Andy, and Greg. And to have those findings, you needed to do a significant amount of due diligence, as Matt Giacobbe said later, and none of that was ever done. And if anybody in here, you don't even need to be a lawyer. If you just go look at what that ordinance said, it's pretty obvious that you could not have come to those conclusions even if you did studies. So it really becomes more of what can we do and not what do we want to do. I would ask you, before you do surveys on what everybody wants, will you please figure out what's legally possible before you get everybody whirled up like they already are and that we've had for the last couple of years. That became a big political thing, like everything else. Give people the full information and educate them so that we don't have this. There's just constant division that's been happening over the last 2 years, and a lot of it's been driven, I think, by politics. And there was a lot of misinformation about a lot of different things. So what I think a lot of us voted for was a change in that you are transparent and that you give accurate information. We're not stupid. And then it doesn't come down to, oh, they don't want that or they don't want that. It's like, we can't do that, or we can do that. If we can close Maple Street and everybody wants it, great. Weigh it. But I don't know, based on the work that or the education that I put myself through last year, Michael and Aaron, they don't even want to speak on this. I think that road is going to be legally impossible to close for more than 48 hours. I'm sorry to say that. It's not that I want that. I'm just saying, if people are smart, and there's a lot of smart people in here standing there coming in support, I don't think they understand that it might not be a legal option. So that's all I'm asking. Before you spend money on surveys, waste time, and get everybody in a tizzy, please just educate people. Educate yourselves. If you haven't already, I think a lot of you have. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to put you on the spot, Councilwoman Allen. I'm Councilwoman Allen. Actually, I don't want to trade positions with you right now. But I think in 2 weeks, we should have that on the agenda as a DAR, as an update.
Yes, and I've already requested information from our city solicitor, Mr. Giacobbe, and he's already provided me with a lot of documents. I've been in touch with the Department of Transportation as well. I've been having a lot of conversations with Director Schrager, Michael Rogers, and just about everybody. So if we don't know after this time, then I give up. But we're making a lot of headway.
I wasn't going to speak, but I just want to. You were talking about a DAR, and I don't know how to say this, but since you're talking about closing one road, Dory Gagnon, sorry, 27 Bedford Road. Since you closed Maple Street before, it forced all the cars to go to other roads. And I have a concern, and it was brought up by the planner before, but the intersection of DeForest and Summit Avenue, making a left there right by that Summit Diner is just deadly now. And I'm really concerned, no matter what road we close or outdoor dining or not, that road and that intersection is just, it's really deadly now. So can we look at doing something with that intersection and also Beechwood and DeForest as well, right by Bank of America? There's, you know, there's a stop sign on, what is that, DeForest? Beechwood, sorry. It's late, on Beechwood, but trying to cross that or sometimes make a left there in the early morning, it's hard to see around cars. So those two intersections, so if one road is closed, it kind of pushes the traffic elsewhere, and I just want you to think about those two. And also maybe lowering the speed limit. I know we talked about safety. If we could lower the speed limit in town, I think it's 30 miles an hour. It is, right? I think it is, if somebody could check on that. Can we lower the speed limit, though? People were talking about it tonight. If we could put an official request in, I'm officially requesting that, to lower it to 20 maybe. There's no reason to speed in town. People have gotten hit and killed. I would appreciate that. Also, I have a friend who owns a restaurant in town, and this is what she posted on her website at the beginning of January. I'm not going to state who it is or what restaurant it is. She said, "We're having a hard time right now, and every order counts. Rising food costs and inflation is hitting us hard. Every order counts. Help us pay the bills. Eat local." So it's really important to think of all the restaurants in town that might be struggling. There's a lot of fast food chains. So I want to say to Mr. Miniger, I had a great time with him at SDI this year. We did the beer, what was it? The beer garden. It was like such a vibrant outdoor time. People were out enjoying the day. I love outdoor dining. I love outside. I love being outside. I walk all the time. I think exploring an avenue, but seeing this post from my friend who's had a restaurant in town for over 20 years was devastating to me because I don't want to see her go under. So I think we have to really explore all the restaurants and make sure that everyone is taken care of, whether SDI brings them in and they enjoy the beer garden or have something in the park, something like that, so people get help and they're not going underwater. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gagnon, when you said the speed limit, did you mean Springfield Avenue or just town in general?
Everywhere.
Okay.
And a stop sign, too, on that beacon light would be great, too, so people don't do illegal turns.
You got to have these people submit writing.
Yeah.
This is too much, too.
It's too much, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you send us an email? Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have anyone else? Okay. I'm losing participants, so we better move on. All right, I'm going to close public comment. All right? Okay. We're going to close public comment, and we are going to move on to, hold on, put my computer on. Yeah, ordinances. Thanks for coming out, everybody. I'm just going to give them a second.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Moving on, we have two ordinances for hearing. Madam Clerk, please read the first ordinance.
Ordinance number 24-3305, an ordinance to amend Chapter 26, Stormwater Management Regulations of the Code of the City of Summit to add a new section, 26-16, privately owned salt storage.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilwoman Hamlet? I don't know, I keep calling you my name.
Thank you, Council President. This is ordinance number 24-3305. This ordinance will amend Chapter 26 Stormwater Management Regulations of the Code, City of Summit, to add a new section 26-16, privately owned salt storage. In summary, due to new state regulations, the city must amend Chapter 26 of the Stormwater Management Ordinance requiring the piles of salt and other solid granular de-icing materials which are not stored in a permanent structure be covered by tarping when not in use and secured in a way to prevent its exposure to rain, snow, or stormwater runoff. The purpose of this ordinance is to prevent stored salt and other de-icing materials from being exposed to stormwater. This attached ordinance establishes requirements for storage of salt and other solid de-icing materials on properties not owned or operated by the municipality, so privately owned, including residents in the City of Summit, to protect the environment, public health, safety, and welfare, and to prescribe penalties for failure to comply. At this time, I would like to move this ordinance for hearing.
Okay, the hearing is open. Any council comments? No? Any public comments? Okay. We're going to close the hearing. Madam Clerk, please read the second ordinance.
Ordinance number 24-3306, an ordinance amending Chapter 3 Police Regulations of the Code of the City of Summit to add a new section 3-16 entitled Resident Protection.
Councilman Boyer?
Council President, this is ordinance 24-3306, an ordinance amending Chapter 3, Police Regulations of the Code of the City of Summit to add a new section, 3-16, entitled Resident Protection. Ordinance summary. This ordinance amends the supplements Chapter 3, Police Regulations of the Code of the City of Summit and adds, well, I'm repeating that, I guess, to prohibit trespassing for the purpose of committing a crime, including tampering with or committing the theft or unlawful taking of a motor vehicle, breaking and entering, burglary, and home invasion. Council President, the threat of auto theft in Summit has escalated beyond mere property crimes, presenting a pressing challenge to public safety. Our stolen vehicles often become instruments in violent crimes, including carjackings and burglaries, escalating the danger to our residents. The reckless operation of these stolen vehicles by criminals, sometimes at high speeds to elude capture, endangers everyone, from our diligent police force to the innocent bystanders on our street. Alarmingly, the brazenness of these criminals extends to invading the sanctity of our homes to obtain vehicle keys, often or sometimes during the time when residents are home, increasing the urgency for effective measures like the Resident Protection Ordinance. I believe that this ordinance is a game changer in law enforcement. It ensures that offenders can be charged with the related but different offenses in both state and municipal courts. This dual approach means that an individual can face a range of consequences from both jurisdictions, from fines, community service, and imprisonment, depending on the severity of the offenses. The requirement to appear in both courts, deal with multiple legal processes, and the prospect of open warrant for a failure to appear in municipal court serves as a robust deterrent, while also increasing public awareness about the serious nature of these crimes. The commitment to public safety is firm in Summit, where accountability for crime is a crucial and critical focus. In the face of rising auto thefts, a historically persistent issue, it is essential that the community is informed about the actions being taken to address this challenge. Embracing community safety and peace of mind is a fundamental right, and the Resident Protection Ordinance represents a paradigm shift in municipal leadership. It embodies our dedication to nurturing a secure and healthy environment with the local government at the helm of this critical initiative. I move to move this ordinance to a hearing.
Open the
I
hearing.
second. Oh, the hearing. I second. Can I ask you an enormous favor? Yeah, the door, because yeah, thank you. I got that. I appreciate that.
Council President, when you open this to public comments, could you do me a favor? I have someone here who traveled from far, and I'd like for him to speak first because I know it's getting late.
Okay, absolutely, thank you. I'm going to open this up for hearing. I just would like to set the tone. I know that I don't really have to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. When it comes to crime and safety, emotions tend to run high. The common denominator tonight is that we are all here because we care about each other and we want to keep each other safe. It does not matter where you live in town, what your background is. We really believe that everyone should feel safe living in Summit, coming to Summit, visiting Summit. So I'm going to ask that when we enter this dialogue tonight, we be empathetic, we understand where people are coming from, we're compassionate, because at the end of the day, safety is a verb. And we may not all land in the same place tonight, but I think we want to get to the same idea. We want to get to the same place, but how we get there sometimes is not always easy. So I just want to ask everybody to be respectful tonight. Okay, I'm going to open it for council comments.
Theodore? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Council. No, council.
first
comments.
council. I'm so sorry. Okay. Is there any council comments? I mean, we can open it to public comment.
Sorry.
Since he has to, yeah.
I did not hear what you say. I was assuming it was council or public comment also first. So
Yeah.
is it council first?
Well, we would do council comments, but if you know what, come up. No, you know what, do you guys, does council mind? Because
I
he's
don't care.
traveling from far.
No,
Okay.
it's fine.
Come, all right. And then we'll do council and then public. I want to be mindful of your time. Thank you for coming. Could you state your name and where you live?
Theodore Derjust. I live at 343 Amont Terrace, Linden, New Jersey.
Okay.
But a lot of my primary background has been in community justice as well as legal resources, connecting legal clients to legal resources throughout the Newark area. And I also sit in a public safety committee in Newark. And something that we also notice in Newark is that there is and has been a problem with burglaries, with auto theft, particularly when it comes to people stealing vehicles. And this is a problem, not just in Summit, but it's happening elsewhere as well. And on top of that, for someone that also often visits Summit, specifically Overlook Hospital and things of that nature, I know that it is difficult for, someone to not really have that transparency to know they can be safe because cars are being stolen. So having an ordinance that addressed that is something that's been and that has interested me, because I think it is important that we all feel safe in the communities that we are in. And if there is no deterrent, then it's going to be difficult to find a reason for these people not to do it. The reality is there's a lot of people, specifically what we're noticing in Newark, is that they're at a younger demographic. And unfortunately, what ends up happening is that they may do it just for fun. They may do it for commission of crime. They may do it for a variety of different reasons, but they are doing it, and they don't think that there's any repercussions. So having an ordinance that kind of deters them is something that, especially when people know that there's a deterrent, they know that, if you do come to these areas, that this is what's going to happen. A lot of times they're, not going to want to do it in these areas. They're not going to want to do it in Summit. They know it's a deterrent in Summit. If they have to go to court, not once but now twice, because they have to do the state as well as deal with these things in Summit, it becomes more of a hassle. So the reality is a lot of times they're going to go into different areas so that they can just find an easier way to do this, find a quicker way to do it instead of having to possibly get caught and then on top of that deal with all the repercussions that's come with it. And I really do think that it's important to have deterrence as well as public awareness, because the reality is something that has caused a decline in Newark is the fact that they now know that there is deterrence. And one of the things they've been doing is alerting people of the problem so that people are a little bit more aware that this is an issue, but it is. And the reality is this can be something that is, as simple as losing your car, someone, end up crashing your car because they stole it and now they're driving at high speed and now you have to maybe you have things in your vehicle that, now they're gone. As well as just violence and if you are happen to be in your car, you happen to be in your house during these evasions, the problems that may cause with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to council comments.
I'm sorry, Council
Oh,
President.
absolutely.
Just
No,
one
go
more
ahead.
thing. Mr. Jizzit, one question for you. I know that in Newark, they're doing something in particular with the vehicles, and I wanted you to, wanted you to tell the public about what steps Newark is taking in terms of what the municipal government is doing with the vehicles. I think they were giving out something free and.
Yes, I could definitely discuss that as well. So essentially what Newark is doing is they obviously identified that there's a problem. Something they identified from like through a survey was that it was particularly Kias and Hyundais. And it's likely because there was like a viral social media trend where they found out that it's actually really easy to steal Kias and Hyundais, where they'll kind of like using like a USB and they'll get into the car, use like USB. And once they take out like something like on the bottom, when they plug in that USB, it will start the vehicle. Now, this was something that was a problem with, like I said, Kias and Hyundais. So Kias and Hyundais actually released like different pamphlets where like they'll replace it for free. It's like a software deterrent, and I believe have flyers with me that I can possibly give you after as well. But basically, it's like a deterrent. It has like a number. If you call Hyundai or Kia, then they will be able to do that anti-theft software for at least for the residents. It was for free. And then Newark was also giving out like stickers where like when you did get that, you put the sticker in the car, so like when thieves do see it, they're more likely to kind of just go around that car because it's like this is not taking too much time. It no longer becomes like a 1 minute thing; it becomes like a whole process. And then like the police department was also giving out like locks for your steering wheel, so that again, when people kind of see that that this is more difficult than it needs to be, they'll move on to other cars, other areas, whatever. So yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to open it back up to council comments.
Okay, I'll start. I think that this ordinance is a good idea. I thought it was a good idea over a year ago when Jamie Levine started talking about it. And I came into council meetings over the course of that year to ask what's happening with it. The extra layer, and in particular, Councilman Boyer mentioned the prospect of having a warrant for not coming to municipal court is, I think, going to be a powerful deterrent for people who want to come into Summit and commit crimes. A friend of mine put it pretty well, so I'm going to repeat what she said. With any crime is with anything, right? There's risk and there's reward, okay? And right now, there's a lot of reward to come into Summit and try to steal something. Steal a car, break into a house, and there's just not a lot of risk. What ends up happening is there'll be a plea down, joyriding. Jamel can speak a little more about this. But it's become a slap on the wrist. And as Councilman Boyer also mentioned, criminals are getting more bold. They're breaking into our homes. And that is just a disaster waiting to happen. I mean, residents have run into criminals in their home with a crowbar, maybe with worse. I thank God that nothing has escalated beyond that yet, and I don't want it ever to. So this is just another step, another quiver in the another arrow in the quiver for our police and law enforcement, and we're going to keep working hard to do everything we can to get crime as low as possible.
Thank you. Other council comments, or do you guys want me to kick it to public comment and then come back to you?
I mean, I would just say that I fully support this ordinance, but I'm looking forward to hearing from the public. I know we had some meetings with members of the community that I wasn't with today, but I'm just looking forward to hearing from members of the community and maybe make some comments afterwards.
Okay.
But I've been on this for a little while with, as you said, Jamie Levine started this, so we've been talking about it for a while.
I'll make my comments after the public comment as well.
Okay.
It's a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah, same? Okay, all right. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment. Hi. Thank you for waiting.
I appreciate the time. Francesco Alessi, 145 Oak Ridge Avenue, Summit, New Jersey. So just want to talk about this particular ordinance. I'm going to hit a couple topics. So first and foremost, congratulations. Happy to see you guys up here. And thank you, Councilman Boyer, for the opportunity to speak tonight. On December 20th, in the early morning hours, my home was broken into by 4 individuals in an attempt to steal keys from my cars. They used a crowbar and were boosted up to break a window and gain access to my kitchen. In that short period of time, alarm went off, stole my briefcase, big inconvenience, stole my wife's wallet, and we're off, right? So I woke up to the Summit Police Department in my home. I was downstairs fumbling through everything, trying to work through that, right? Again, the day after Christmas, December 26th at 2:30 a.m., 4 same individuals came back, broke into the front window of my home. The front window. Not one window did they break, 2, because they were unsuccessful in the first one. The immediate moment when I heard that front window open, the alarm went off. I ran downstairs. I encountered an individual in my dining room with a hood on, right, attempting to gain access to my kitchen, again, where they perceived the keys would be, to steal my keys again, right? Now, 3 vehicles. Immediately ran off. They scurried. They jumped into their stolen X5M in the middle of the street, playing, fire drill, running around the car, and sped off, okay? So, was able to get some more information, spoke to the detective department. Summit PD's been a huge help, a huge resource, and it's, I think they do the best to their ability on trying to deter these crimes. So, what I've done an immense amount in my home: security, cameras, updated ADT, gates, everything I could in my own power. And I've spent a significant amount of dollars to include hiring private counter surveillance and home security. And that's going to be a short period of time, but they're there now to maintain some calm and some peace. I've been a resident of Summit since 2016. Never thought this would be something I would ever experience. I've reinvested in my home, multiple times, additions, etc. So I was really happy about where the place I was at this time period. Now, I've spoken to Senator Bramnick. I've spoken to County Prosecutor's Office, their Police Chief Barnwell, their Police Captain Webb, and they have a task force. They have initiative. In the past, there's task force that were used between Union and Essex County to really deter these issues. And, let's call them controversial measures as it associates to dealing with stolen vehicles and dealing with these types of perpetrators. But in the conversation I had with Mr. Barnwell, he clearly told me, this has got to fall upon the local department, right? Those tasks of the past are not going to happen. They're going to do surveillance, they're going to intelligence, they're going to gather information and help support a further conviction, maybe on the state level, of some of these individuals. Even knowingly, maybe knowing that they're driving around a stolen vehicle and committing other crimes in an effort to build a case, allow that to happen. So clearly these crimes have escalated, right? What started as lock your keys, right? Lock your door, take your keys out of your car, right? Turned into break into your house, take your keys, take what we can get. They want our stuff, right? Period, the end. So this is, and now we're in the midst of a mini spree, which I'm sure the detective department will get around that, of, breaking into houses while people are away. And that's just in the first month of 2024. So Summit PD has been super helpful. They shared with me something called a CFS report, or a call for service report. So this is just basically an Excel spreadsheet indicating what sort of calls for service come in to the Summit PD. 2019, 42 burglary calls. 2022, 90 calls. 2023, 82. 100% increase, right? Another, suspicious vehicles. 234 in 2019, 2023, 349. Okay? I mean, that's almost a 40% increase. So, and lastly, we'll look at something interesting. 2019, there was 2 pursuits in the city of Summit, most often due to a stolen vehicle gets tagged, officer pursues it. 2023, with the current situation and the pursuit laws and the change of those laws and the sentiment of chiefs all over the state, there were 7 pursuits, right, in the city of Summit. Now, there's some miscategorization in these Excel spreadsheets. I did a cursory review. I didn't have an opportunity to dig deep, and I'll be more than happy to be a resource to the public if anyone has any questions. But clearly, these occurrences, and the nature of these crimes have become more severe, right? And, the simple trespassing and property theft of open vehicles has become full-blown felony, breaking and entering into people's houses, right? So these policies and procedures of the past are no longer effective in deterring or stopping these individuals. I mentioned it clearly, right? So in 2024, we had 10 instances of burglaries, breaking and entering, attempts, who's in an M3 driving, attempting to get into a car, all of the same text message that everyone else here gets. So the solution starts with us, right? It starts with the residents, it starts with the public officials. What is the status of the license plate recognition system that was to be installed, right? What is to be implemented? These were to be implemented at all the access points. What are the police departments, policies on commercial building checks, neighborhood checks? Are there specific procedures? Are they calling these checkpoints in on the overnights? How does the administrative supervisor confirm the patrol officers are canvassing community on overnights? Is it tied to mileage, GPS? How can we adjust scheduling to allow for effective patrols in these early morning hours when most of these crimes occur? The CFF reports show the Summit PD are out there doing their jobs, answering calls, maybe too much. There are obvious increases in calls. So how do we make more efficient use of Summit PD's time during these critical morning hours? For example, how do we mitigate abandoned calls, hang-ups? Why does this occur, right? At the rate reported, thousands of hang-ups and abandoned calls, right? Should we issue fines to these abandoned calls, right? Because there's a legal requirement for a police officer to tend to that call. So how do we mitigate those calls?
I have to interrupt. Can you I know you have a speech.
Sure.
I apologize. We just have to sort of wrap it up.
Sure, no
Just
problem.
to give everybody an opportunity.
At the end of the day, I'm in support of the ordinance. I appreciate that. I appreciate everyone's time. I'm not going to stop. My goal is to make sure this never happens to another family in Summit ever again, what happened to me and what I experienced. I'm here to be an advocate. I'm here to support the community, and I'm in support of the ordinance. But I think at the end of the day, that's a start. There needs to be more done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you have a speech that you want to email Clerk Lickatise, could you do that? Okay, thank you, because your questions are in there.
Hi, Reverend Vernon Williams, Assistant Pastor at Fountain Baptist Church here in Summit, New Jersey, 116 Glenside Avenue. To Mayor Fagan, Council President Allen, and to all of you council members, I'm urging you to vote no on the Resident Protection Ordinance as proposed, and reintroduce an ordinance that does not confuse the public as to their role and is not vague in its language, getting at the heart of what you are attempting to do for residents of Summit. Our residents deserve to have an ordinance that will be an effective tool for law enforcement, as well as all its citizens and visitors to the community. This ordinance has real potential to do more harm and trauma to those too often black and brown bodies who may be falsely accused by individuals who at best may have good intentions and at worst seek to otherize those who appear to not belong in Summit. Rather than providing security and alleviating the trauma caused by these unlawful vehicle thefts and home invasions, this measure threatens in a real way to add the traumatizing experience of law-abiding citizens and visitors to Summit by having them engage in negative and unnecessary police interaction. An unintended consequence of the ordinance that I believe has not been fully discussed or vetted beyond the opinion of those who rarely have to deal with being seen as an outsider, out of place, or not belonging. The language in the ordinance provides the false impression that if someone sees or thinks they see individuals pulling on vehicle door handles, peering into vehicles, going on the porch, opening a screen door, touching a doorknob, etc., of a vehicle or home, that the person may be deemed by the observer to not be invited on the private property, can be arrested or attempted theft or break-in. Such calls already occur, and without the underlying impetus of a crime, such as actually being in the vehicle, inside the home, such actions would not result in a crime. And in the case of this ordinance, would not result in the issuance of a summons by the Summit Police Department if these were the sole actions of the individual. Our concerns today are that residents will misconstrue this ordinance to give them the ability to determine intent of individuals on private property, whom they do not know, and do not know if the purpose for which the individual is on the private property, resulting in increased calls to the Summit Police Department, thinking the person would be arrested or for vehicle theft or home invasion, when that would not be the case under this ordinance. Too often, people of color are often seen as out of place or seen as not belonging in the community, and the police are called. You asked Chief Sikorsky to address you at the last Common Council meeting when you introduced this ordinance, and he informed you at that time, and I quote, that you wouldn't just charge this ordinance alone. It would be in conjunction with criminal charges that pretty much mirror the ordinance charges. He further stated, just based on one action of seeing just someone touching the doorknob or going onto a porch before you would charge criminally or with this ordinance, we would not more than just that, not alone. Additionally, Chief Sikorsky informed you that, so my interpretation is just the action of grabbing the handle alone with no other factors. The police would not be using it to charge anybody with that. Thus, based on what you know, the chief has informed you about the vague language of pulling on doorknob, pulling on door handles, touching door handles, going on porches, etc., creates confusion with the public and run the high risk of increased calls to Summit Police based on these lone actions that will amount to nothing more than nuisance calls at best and harassment and traumatizing of law-abiding citizens due to negative and unnecessary encounters with law enforcement. If the real issue is that you feel the state is too lenient on those who steal vehicles or commit home invasions, then why doesn't the ordinance not clearly declare the Common Council's stated intent to augment or add to the existing county and state penalties? If there is no criminal charge by the state, how does this ordinance then get adjudicated and protect from double jeopardy? Why is the term "like any action" included when it provides extraordinary latitude from implicit or explicit bias to be an underlying reason for police calls? Why does the ordinance make the narrow distinction of pulling on a door handle or take any action in an attempt to open or unlock motor vehicle that the person does not own or have license or privilege to possess, when this action alone would not cause the Summit Police to issue a summons? A summons that, if issued, would be issued and the individual released and not detained. Thus, what's the purpose of this language if the individual must have committed the criminal act of vehicle theft or home invasion, which is already a prosecutable offense? Why wasn't language like privilege, which is in the ordinance, which is known to connote racial insensitivity, not excluded from the ordinance. We want to ensure that safety is upheld, but the ordinance as written, I don't think will do that for you. You have real concerns about how the state charges, and that needs to be clearly spelled out in your ordinance. I ask that you not approve this ordinance and come back and introduce an ordinance that gets to what you are really trying to get at. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you.
Statement.
Oh, Reverend Williams, do you want to give us a statement? Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor. Thank you.
Lisa Glassband, 42 Fernwood Road. First, Frank, I'm so sorry for what happened to you and your family, and I wholeheartedly agree that more needs to be done in Summit with respect to safety. But I wholeheartedly believe that this ordinance is one of the things that this council needs to pass, and needs to pass it tonight. And I'm imploring you to vote in favor of it. While I understand that Trenton has completely botched things, your hands are not tied. We can lay blame on Trenton all we want, but that's not going to solve the problems here in Summit. We need you as our elected local officials to act where you can, and this ordinance is a step in the right direction in order to deter criminal activity in Summit. I've been pushing for this ordinance actually for many, many months. I first raised this ordinance with Councilwoman Jamie Levine over the summer after both Marlborough and Homedale passed similar successful initiatives. I'm happy to see it hopefully finally pass tonight, and I really, really hope it has unanimous support. Because believe it or not, without it, the criminals win. Their underworld is allowed to continue to take advantage of and prey on young, impressionable youth by employing them as their pawns to carry out their crimes here in Summit. We have to discourage them from coming here. That's what we have to do, and this ordinance does that. I'd like to remind, first I'd like to thank Councilman Boyer for taking such incredible quick initiative on this ordinance. And I'd like to remind all the new council members that one of the main reasons why you were elected was because of your strong positions on safety. And I'd like to also remind any holdouts that election season is coming, and if you didn't listen to the voters in November with how important safety was to them, you'll have to listen again this next November, because we will respectfully find people to serve that will help keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Glassband, statement? That's okay. Sure, okay. Hi.
Hi, Monique Taylor, Passaic Avenue. So I've heard from Council President Allen, you talked about peace of mind that all residents should have. Folks that are coming to visit, folks that live here. Someone else also mentioned something about raising public awareness and education, which of course is important. I think that same person even talked about significant amount of due diligence that would need to be done on any of these ordinances or any of these issues. The question I have, and the commenter just spoke about it, is you're basing this ordinance on the success of Homedale and Marlborough. But I wonder, since those ordinances were just enacted in December of 2022, has anyone on this council, prior to crafting this ordinance, done any research or looked at the data for where these ordinances have been enacted and enforced? Anybody? No. Has it resulted in a decrease or increase in crime? Has there been an increase or decrease in the police interactions with the public as a result? Those are the questions that we should be asking prior to rushing this vote to enact this. And I don't believe that a year's worth of data, although I do know that car thefts are down in all of New Jersey by 12%. I don't think there should be a rush to vote on this ordinance as it currently is written. And so I would ask that the council vote against it, vote no, because she's right. November will be here soon enough. And there will be others of us who will be voting to make sure that we're all safe and not just some of a certain hue. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kincaid, do you want to? Okay.
No statement.
Yeah. Do you want to email a statement? No. Okay.
Dennis and Harry L., 140 Broad Street, Summit, New Jersey, also the Pastor Wallace Chapel Zion Church in Summit. I believe this is the same ordinance that was introduced about 2 weeks ago. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think at the council meeting, Council Meniger raised some concerns about the wording in the ordinance, and I think Councilman Woloska was going to look into that in terms of doing some changing in the wording. And therefore, hearing the ordinance read again tonight, I did not hear any specific changes that had been made. So after listening to the very passionate comments that have been made, in particular those made by Reverend Vernon Williams, I'm in support of the ordinance because I think we all support doing anything to help deter crime or particular maintain public safety. But I do not think there's a need to rush to pass this tonight based upon the fact that the ordinance is not all inclusive. If in any time you are concerned about the welfare of the city, you take into consideration what something will do to protect, but also what it may do to harm others. And I think this ordinance, as it is written, does protect. And Councilman Boyer, you ought to be commended for what you've done to introduce it. But I think it omits persons like myself who may be mistakenly looked upon or viewed by a majority of citizens as an outsider, or maybe just viewed as someone who is in the wrong neighborhood perpetrating something. I might be a DoorDash delivery person, or I might be an Amazon person, or I might be a UPS person, or I might be soliciting for the Girl or Boy Scouts, and I'm in the wrong neighborhood. These are realities. So I think rather than rush to judgment, why not table this to revisit it and include within that very, very good ordinance the language that covers everybody? Because as it is written right now, it excludes people, some of us. So you can do that because I want to be protected too. And I think everyone wants to be protected. But when innocent people who are mistakenly identified as perpetrators because of various reasons, this flies in the face of that. So I would encourage you to not vote to pass this ordinance tonight, table it so that it'll be with the language that is inclusive, that will cover everyone in Summit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello, I'm Jean Crichton. I'm a resident of Summit for 28 years. I live at 173 Summit Avenue. And I'm a member of Beacon Unitarian Universalist congregation. And for the past 4 or 5 years, I've been a member of the Interfaith Ministries Policing Committee. So I've learned a lot about how a person who's white, like I am, can't really grasp the difficulty of a person of color, in our community, which is largely white. And first of all, I don't think that this ordinance really repeats what is in state law. So I wonder if it is a case of double jeopardy, and we discussed this earlier today, and I'm worried about that. And of course, I'm really alarmed, and by what, I don't know where that gentleman is, but I'm sorry, I don't know your name. But that was the most horrible thing I ever heard of. It's just really terrible to have your house invaded that way. It really is. But what I'm concerned about is people of color going on to properties for any number of reasons and then being seen by a citizen who will call the police and put this person through, a really difficult situation. And I was thinking about this. I recently took my check for the luminaries to my neighbor's house and put it into their mailbox because I'm too cheap to pay a stamp. But even as I walked onto the property, I was thinking, I don't know them, and I'm walking up onto their porch, and that makes me feel very weird. But if I were a person of color, I think it would be really difficult, and that somebody passing me by might think that I was going to commit a crime. And another thing about the ordinance is this business about turning the door, touching the lock and everything, sort of very detailed thing that can arouse fear in people, in citizens, about seeing their other citizens who may be doing something completely innocent. So, and the other thing is, I really would not want to see something happen like has happened in other communities, like the situation where first of all, in Summit, you can hardly see the numbers on the houses. If you're actually going to go at night and try to find somebody, it's really almost impossible to do it. And this situation in upstate New York, where kids were driving up a driveway and trying to find a house, and then somebody comes out and shoots, and this girl was killed. I mean, I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but a lot of times people do make mistakes, and in reporting. I think the police do a great job here, but I think that this really gives them a problem. So I do ask you to vote no on the ordinance tonight and try to answer some of the questions about the legitimacy of this particular ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Amy DeCibio, 1-6 Road. First of all, I also want to say I'm really sorry that happened to your family, and I know it's happened to some other families here. A couple of things. I hear what everyone is saying, and I think there's been a lot of really pretty healthy discussion. I'm not sure that this ordinance is going to change someone's behavior around whether or not they call the police if they see something suspicious. So, we have drilled into our kids, well, we used to. We don't as much anymore. But if you see something, say something. And I think if you see something and it looks suspicious to you, someone looks like they're not just opening your door to bring your DoorDash, but they're trying to open your door to break in. I think there's a really big distinction there, and I'm not really so sure that this ordinance is going to change what people think they see. You're going to get false calls regardless. The other thing I would like to say is I want to look at this from a slightly different approach, and two people sort of touched on it. But for starters, Councilman Pulowski talked about risk and reward. When there is high reward and no risk, it's really easy to do something, especially when you're an impressionable kid. And we know that a lot of at least I've been understanding from what the police have said, a lot of the car thieves are underage, maybe not even of driving age. So if we have high risk, high reward and no risk, and you've got teenagers, they're going to do really dumb things. But the problem is when there is no risk and there is no repercussions, when there are no repercussions, the likelihood of repeated behavior goes up, and then it gets easier and easier to commit the crime. It's like, stealing a piece of gum. The first time, it gets a lot easier to steal it the next time when you're a little kid, right? So I think for the sake also of the kids that are getting roped into this, this should be considered. If there are no guardrails on these kids because all we do is get a slap on the wrist and we throw them back out and they repeat the same behavior the next weekend, the same kids coming into the same house, what are we doing for these kids? That's not good. We should be making it a lot harder before they keep repeating this behavior, and then they're of the age where when the repercussions are big and they're either in jail or dead. So I am in full support of this ordinance, and I do hope you pass it tonight. Thank you.
Hi.
Good evening. Andrew McCurdy. I live on Parkview Terrace. I'm a former federal and state prosecutor, so I've spent most of my career trying to stop the sort of crimes that we heard about on Oak Ridge, which is certainly horrific, and I'm sure makes me angry. I'm sure makes everyone in this room really angry. But I do have a number of questions to pose to you all about this ordinance as written. The first one goes back to what Chief Zagorski said at the last council meeting, which is that this ordinance would only be charged in conjunction with criminal offenses, burglary, auto theft, attempted crimes. So the question is, what will the impact be, or what is the expected impact of this ordinance in addition to those criminal charges that will be present at the same time? The second thing is, I think what I've heard a little bit is that the motivation for this is a belief that a municipal fine is going to deter people from stealing cars. And so the question is, have you considered the fact that any criminal conviction in New Jersey already comes with a number of monetary penalties? Take an auto theft charge, $500 mandatory fee, $100 mandatory violent crime compensation assessment, $75 safe neighborhoods assessment, $30 law enforcement training fund fee, all mandatory, and in my experience as a prosecutor, almost never paid. So the question on that is, what is adding a municipal fine on top of all that going to do to stop people from committing crimes? Third is, the state already has a criminal trespass law on the books. That criminal trespass law makes it illegal to go onto private property if one, you have notice that you're not supposed to be there, either because of fencing or because of signage, things like that. And two, you have knowledge you're not supposed to be there. You are actually aware you're not supposed to be there. The state criminal trespass law also has an exception for a reasonable belief defense, that you reasonably believe you are allowed to be there. What's being proposed here is much broader than all of that. There's no mention of knowledge at all. There's no notice requirement. There's no reasonable belief defense anywhere in the ordinance. So what we are effectively doing, if this were to pass, is expand the definition of trespass in Summit. So I'm wondering, have you vetted this with criminal practitioners? Have you spoken to the Union County prosecutor, our municipal prosecutor, defense attorneys? Have you talked about whether it would be effective and whether the broadness of the language could lead to sweeping in unintentionally everyday conduct? And then the last thing I'll say is that, has been mentioned, a large number of the people stealing cars in New Jersey are juveniles. Have you looked into whether, if an underage person is charged with this ordinance, would they even be adjudicated in municipal court, or would it go to juvenile court, to family court, as with the criminal offenses? So if it's the latter, then the argument about being adjudicated in two different places, I'm not sure it carries much water. So as I mentioned, I spent most of my career working on public safety. I've prosecuted carjackers, burglars, stolen cars, and based on my experience, I'm just I'm not sure that this ordinance is going to make us safer or have an impact on public safety, but I do think there's a real risk of unintended consequences. So I hope to take these questions seriously. I'll certainly be interested in speaking with anyone on council about, effective solutions to these difficult problems. And, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, good evening. Diego Hoyk, 9 Argyle Court. And of course, I think that we are having a very healthy debate, but we share the overall goal of making everybody safer. And I think that for that, we need the right actions, not just any action. And the problem with the ordinance as written has been expressed by Mr. McCurdy and others more eloquently than I can. But it strikes me as, looking at the cost-benefit analysis, it's all costs and no benefit. What do I mean by that? When you look at benefits, you look at the incremental benefit of something. So it appears that you cannot get a stronger sentence with this ordinance. It appears it has to go through the normal channels, for example, for juveniles. So you're not really moving the needle on the benefits. And it has costs associated with potentially profiling behavior. Nobody has talked about what would happen if somebody were to be a good Samaritan and tried to open a door because they noticed a child inside of a car, or a food delivery, or a person who does not speak English as a first language, who may be looking for directions, or maybe a housekeeper. So I actually did look at the data from Homedale and Marlborough. Their car thefts in 2023 are about 50% of what they were a year earlier. And guess what? The same thing happened in Summit. So when you look at data like that, first of all, the data set is relatively small, so the error is fairly big. But when you look at that data, it seems like what happened in Marlborough and Homedale was very similar to what happened here in Summit. The police started working with the prosecutor's task force and doing a whole bunch of other things. And even though we're not where we want to be, we certainly are not where my heart goes out to you and your family. But we need to make sure we get the right ordinance, because the ordinance, everybody I think here wants an ordinance to pass that will actually make us safer and reduce crime. This one, I don't think the way it's written it will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Claire Toth, 11 Sunset Drive. And we all believe that city government's first and most important job is public safety. We know the city of Summit and all of you take this very seriously. I'm not going to speak for or against the concept of a resident protection ordinance. What I am going to say is that as drafted, it is confusing and it has unintended consequences. As Councilmember Miniger stated when the ordinance was introduced 2 weeks ago, it's not ready for prime time. Council should not vote in favor of it at this time. First, the draft ordinance refers to someone who illegally enters a car or a house as an occupant. And at law, occupant is understood to mean someone who has or had a claim to possess that car or that house. Someone who breaks into my car or my house is in no way the occupant. So if council is attempting to outlaw trespass, theft, burglary, the ordinance should either specifically define occupant to mean the opposite of what everybody thinks it means, or better yet, use a more precise word. Second, proposed section 3-16.3b can have some really bizarre results. It criminalizes entering a home while the trespasser or burglar is still present in the house, and there's no intent requirement. So for example, if Mr. Alessi, and I also am so sorry, had been out of his house when burglars broke in and then walked into his home while they were still there, he would be violating this section of the ordinance. And there's no interpretation needed. Those are the plain words of that section. Third, proposed section 3-16 3.3C is word for word the same section as just above 3-16.2B. And presumably, this section criminalizes being the getaway driver who doesn't leave the car to burglarize the house. However, because it is word for word, the prior section, it includes somebody who violates, in parens A, the initial burglar, but doesn't include the person who enters the house subsequently, if that person is illegally entering the house in subsection B. So if the getaway driver doesn't get everybody who entered the house, they may or may not be able to be prosecuted under this section of the draft ordinance. So if council truly wants to enact an effective trespassing ordinance, it should take the necessary time and write one that makes sense. Please go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Ms. Ta, Claire, do you want to give?
She already emailed me.
Typo and all.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, Hector Rosecrans, 47 Oakland Place. Yeah, thanks for having this discussion tonight. I'm here tonight because for Frank, my daughter's in a Girl Scout troop. She spends tons of time at that house up on Oak Ridge, so this definitely is something that hits close to home. In my background, I was a military veteran, and I take a lot of the comments that people are making tonight about the concerns to make sure we get this right and to make sure we're doing this properly to heart. At the same time, I think that I do think that there's a real problem here. This concept that we have in the military called the OODA loop, observe, orient, decide, act. It's something from the military, working technology these days. It's about making decisions quickly and then understanding how those decisions are playing out, taking more feedback, and then adjusting as we go. So I think it's clear that there's a problem. I don't know if this ordinance is the perfect thing. It is a local ordinance. This is clearly an issue that goes well beyond the confines of anything that this committee has jurisdiction over. But you guys are here. You guys have the opportunity to do something. That's why you're in these seats. So I would encourage you to pass this ordinance and take feedback. Trust that the community, trust that law enforcement are going to take all the concerns that people have to heart, are going to give you guys feedback, and if necessary, adjust as we go. The quicker that you kind of start to see what works, you make decisions, you see what happens. I think there's the potential to find out what are the levers that you can pull. I'm not saying this is it, but I do think that it is a start. It's a step in the right direction. I would urge you guys to vote yes on the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Tim Day, P.O. Box 1 in Summit. I just wanted to say congratulations to everybody who's up on the dais right now. I think this is clearly a very emotional issue on both sides. There's been some fantastic points that people have raised, and Frank, I'm sorry for what's going on in your house. That's unbelievable. I think at the end of the day, though, like when I look at this, I think the city has voted for change. And I think one of the components of change is just progressing, and it doesn't need to be perfect right now. I think that's what you have resources to, fine-tune this as you're pursuing it. But I just want to say thank you for actually doing something, because we've been the leaders in sports in this community. We've been the leaders in kindness in the schools. We've been the leaders in so many different places. And there's no reason in the world why we can't be the leaders in finding a solution like this that's going to help us create more of a deterrent. Obviously being sensitive to other issues in the community, but I just think this is so critical to do something, because we have to create some sort of a stumbling block where people will make a second guess at, are we going to go to this community or are we going to Short Hills? So with that, I say thank you very much, and I wish you good luck in fine-tuning this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Oliver from 121 Oak Ridge Avenue. Congratulations to you all, and thank you for being here, and thank you for having us. Mr. Pulaski mentioned risk and reward. I know that was mentioned earlier. I think that's worth reiterating again. The biggest issue is that there's no consequences currently, and that's why the crime levels are up where they are and why they're getting worse. We've gone from, stealing cars from driveways to breaking in, entering, and having confrontation with residents. And we need a step to take it to put an end to this. And so that I feel that this is a step in the right direction. As the person earlier also mentioned, we can take a step back if things are too aggressive and make a change to the ordinance at that point. But having nothing in place, we have nothing going for us. I'm not an expert on law, but I believe that police have discretion, the ability to govern and discipline one's activities by use of reason and prudence. A public officer has discretion whenever the effective limits on his power to leave him free to make a choice among possible courses of action or inaction. So if a tourist is on the, pulls up to the wrong rental car on the street of Summit at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and jiggles the handle, something tells me they're not going to get locked up. But someone's not delivering Girl Scout cookies to my house at 2 o'clock in the morning either. And so that's, I think, what the spirit of this ordinance is and where it's going. And it doesn't matter, what the race of the person is. At 2 o'clock in the morning, I can't see what the race of the person is, and I'm still calling the police. And for those of you that saw the Facebook discussion, which I'm very grateful we had with the captain today, or the chief of police rather, he said that we don't have too many calls coming into the police department, and he encouraged calls to come into the police department. So I highly doubt that this ordinance is going to greatly increase to burden the police department with nuisance calls that we don't need. We probably need more communication, if anything, as a community. And if this spurs that on, then all the better. I think there was also some mention of data from other towns. If we're going to talk about data, we need to talk about statistically significant data. An N of 3 doesn't tell us anything. So if we want to go put this ordinance in, which I think we should, and then look at it back at a year and look at the actual data for what it means to our town and what it means to crime, because you also can't compare when statistics are rising, that did it rise proportionally or disproportionately to the other towns? And what's happening in another town doesn't mean it's what's happening in Summit. We need to be concerned about what's happening in Summit. We need to create consequences for these actions, and it also comes on the prosecution of what those consequences are. And if these minors aren't going to be prosecuted, then we could go at this till 3 o'clock in the morning and talk about all the things that we're going to propose. But if they don't get prosecuted, then nothing's really going to end. And so, again, it's consequences to actions and upending the risk-reward cycle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hi.
I'm
Hi.
Vanessa Ferraro. I'm at 2 Crest Acre in Summit. So as unfortunately, like many people in Summit, we had an attempted car theft at our house over Labor Day weekend. This wasn't in the middle of the night. It was at about 1:45 in the afternoon, which was, which was about 10 minutes prior to my 3 small children and their friends playing outside on my back patio, which is next to my driveway. They came inside, and my husband's still outside with his friends, and 10 minutes later, 3 men with black masks on, gloves, are pulling at the car doors. They look over, my husband and step friends see them, they start screaming at them, they run up the driveway. But I cannot imagine the terror that my kids would have experienced had they seen these 3 men wondering, Mom, what are they doing? What am I supposed to tell my kids that are 5 years old? I had friends over from out of town, I had family over. They were terrified for their kids. Can you imagine inviting people over to your home and then having this happen? And then I had friends coming over later in the afternoon. I had to call them and tell them, hey, sorry, I just want to let you know, make sure you're careful, you lock your car. Someone just tried to break into our car at 1:45 in the afternoon. It was traumatic, and even now, going out to my car, which is 15 feet from my back door, I'm scared at night to go out there by myself. I have lights, I have floodlights, I have a security system, I have 2 dogs. It's terrifying, and there was no question what these people were there to do. They were masked, they had gloves on, they had hoods, black, everything. So I'm highly supportive of this, passing this.
Thank you.
Reverend Rod Williams, Fountain Baptist Church. As this is Black History Month, I would simply say, I would remind you that the reason you don't make laws when you're filled with emotionalism is because too many people who look like me were lynched. And so as I stand before you, I also say that when you're talking about human lives, you owe it to yourself to try to get it perfect. Because not getting it perfect has tragic consequences. You owe it to yourself not to decide to have military type solutions. because this is a civilian matter. And so as we had our conversation earlier, I thank you, Mayor Fagan and President Allen and Councilman Boyer, for listening to our concerns and not just hearing our voices as we shared information. And we also appreciate the fact that you appear to acknowledge some of the problems and inaccuracies in the language contained in the present iteration. One of the things that should not be lost in this is that we are not opposing the ordinance for the sake of the ordinance, because all of us, I think, will agree that our ultimate objective is for the safest and most sensible community that we could possibly live in and work in and visit. What we are saying is that, as you've heard it said, the language as it currently exists does not support what's been proposed. There's no language about deterrence. There's no language in there that has any information regarding the statistical backdrop of what says that this is going to be effective. And so what we were asking and continue to ask is that we do get it right, because none of us want to see Summit painted as a town that acts on bias and emotionalism that has those kinds of tragic consequences. So we just believe that we're asking you to do the right thing for the right reason and not the wrong thing based on good intentions and good ideas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, my name is Kieran Moran. I live at 38 Colt Road. On the morning of May 3rd, I was woken to our alarm. I went downstairs and went outside, and two masked men were in our yard, one coming out of the garage. We had a minor confrontation in the front yard. They ran out to the car and left. The cost-benefit analysis of this ordinance, I can tell you what the costs are. My three girls seeing me having a confrontation with masked men in our front yard at 5 a.m. So they'll never be the same. Is this ordinance perfect? Maybe not. We need to deter crime in Summit. How that happens, I leave it up to you. But something has to be done. This confrontation could have ended a lot differently than it did. They left. At some point, if this continues, if there's no deterrence for people to come to this town and take things that's not theirs and enter people's properties and their homes, something terrible is going to happen, either to the perpetrator or to the resident. If the residents of Summit cannot feel safe and secure in their own homes, people are going to leave. The tax base is going to leave, and we're going to have a bigger problem. Something needs to be done. I hope you get it right. It may not be perfect tonight, but I'm in support of an ordinance that deters crime in town. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, sorry, give me 1 second. I'm just trying to not talk for too long. My name is Dr. Carol Pak-Tang from 234 Summit Avenue. I'm speaking with multiple hats on tonight. I'm speaking as a mom of 2 Girl Scouts in town at Lincoln Hubbard School in 4th and 1st grade. I'm speaking as an emergency physician who has seen unintended consequences of young black men, especially hurt because they were mistakenly seen as someone who was dangerous and that were there on a private property trying to do something benign, such as drop off food, drop off information to the door. I've taken care of these patients countless number of times. I'm speaking as an Asian American and also as an American patriot. I spoke to my concern as an emergency physician in taking care of many, mostly men of color that have been attacked inappropriately, accused inappropriately of crime when they were not in a place to commit a crime. They were just wearing the color of their skin. I'll leave it at that because it's too emotional for me. I will never forget the faces of the people that I've taken care of that are irrevocably changed because of scars they did not deserve. As a Girl Scout mom, I'm scared. We go, we want this town to be a community where Girl Scouts don't, and other people don't feel scared to knock on their neighbors' doors. I can tell you, since the pandemic, we know, I'm sure you've all seen it, crimes against Asian Americans has gone up. I was looking at the numbers and trying to come with the data today, but it's too emotional to even try to look at the most current data because the violence against Asian Americans is still very high and also rising, and the rhetoric around us is increasing with this election coming and the kind of all the stuff that's going to be coming, and we know it, and we've looked at the data. As an Asian American in town, very involved, I was the organizer of a rally on March 27th, 2022, around the violence against Asian Americans rising. At that time, I spoke to Chief Bartolotti, and he confirmed that actually there had been reports in Summit and definitely in Union County of increased violence against Asian Americans. I doubt that number's gone down, and again, I think that number is going to go up in this very heated election year with a lot of anti-Chinese rhetoric on the rise. We are trying to make this town feel safe for Asian Americans. I was the founder of the festival that is 2 years running now, and we're in planning stages for this year as well, and work with Summit Recreation Center. One of the big things of that is so that people, Asian American faces here, feel represented and feel safe. This ordinance makes me feel very scared and very unsafe. As an American patriot, we go and we knock on doors, and I bring my girls with me. This ordinance, as it's written, says if you pull a handle or turn a doorknob, that can be a crime. Other people are going to read beyond this, and as Reverend Williams said, people are going to, like I said with the young black men that I've taken care of as a physician, people are going to put different intent. Whatever intent that their bias may lead them to place on people of color. This affects us a lot. This scares us a lot. And as I'm going to be, when I heard about Andy being attacked, that scared the hell out of me because I am going to doors, knocking on doors, doing my civic duty and trying to be a patriot, get people out to vote, and we take our girls with us, and they love it. My kids are 12, 10, and 6 years old, and they probably have knocked on more doors and gotten more people to vote than most adults will ever in their life. And do I feel scared when I take them with me? Yes, I do. I have felt scared in the last few years when we've done that. But my patriotism goes beyond that. And if we don't do things scared, we won't get progress in this country. And I understand that you guys are going for safety. It makes me scared to hear about the incidences tonight. I have 3 young girls. I live right on Summit Avenue. It's scary every time we see an alarm go off on our ring. But I'll tell you, as a person of color, every time a person of color walks on for a benign reason, it creates a different kind of feel for people who may have those biases within them. So please, I ask you to wait, table this, look at the language, hear the commentary from so many that have spoken tonight, and please just, I can tell you, I felt very nervous this entire time hearing these comments and hearing that this more and more information about why this ordinance, the way that it is written, will make my family feel unsafe here in Summit. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Don Moskowitz. I'm at 15 Irving Place, Apartment A. And there have been a lot of eloquent people that have already spoken. I think the bottom line for me is that public safety is critically important, but it's also critically important that we get this right. And I feel like in the spirit of due diligence, we need more information. We need to understand how other towns have instituted these kinds of ordinances and how it is impacted for or against what the intention was. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Michael Luke from 9 Crestacre Court. I also was a victim of a car theft or car robbery of my wife's car. And after hearing a lot of the stories tonight, I'm now in more fear than I was before tonight. I'm terrified. I don't know. I haven't heard that yet, but I've certainly some of my neighbor. I'm terrified living in Summit right now. So this isn't perfect. I'm sure there's reasons. I think some of the things that were brought up, there's probably certain things that can be done, but anything that can be done to move this forward and help deter future crimes would be helpful. And I'm in full support and hope the board votes for this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Erwin Miller, 5 Nob Hill Drive. I'll just say a few things. First of all, for the record, we also go to sleep every night worried someone's going to break into our house. So a lot of people quote statistics. It doesn't account for the people who go to sleep worried someone's going to break into their house. It only counts the encounters. So statistics don't tell you everything. First thing on process, which is related to this, but also related to everything. I don't know if you can do this, but I really wish you would vote on this next time. So like tell people it's going to happen, come here, debate it, vote on it next time. I just think that would be better. I don't know if I'll formally suggest that. Couple notes. One, there's this thought that this isn't like a strong enough tool. It's not going to solve the problem. Like, yeah, it's not going to solve the problem on its own, obviously. But it's one thing that you can do. But I also hope it's not the only thing you do. So when you debate this, I hope you just talk also about the other things that you plan to do, if you plan to do other things, which I do hope you plan to do, because I agree. I don't think this on its own is going to solve the problem. So, you can all talk about the different plans that you have in place and the police cars you plan to put out there, whatever you plan to do. But yes, I do hope and expect that there are other things to do so that criticism of this seems unfounded. Next is this legal confusion around the wording and the language and I actually agree with that. I mean, I hope that this was run through lawyers. I'm going to assume it was, but I would never assume anything. So I hope that you'll also share, has this been run through any lawyers? And they can comment on that, because I know there's a lot of criticism from people that the wording is going to create problems. So I hope that it doesn't. And I definitely agree with that. The concern that innocent people are going to be unfairly targeted due to racism, that's just insulting, honestly, to accuse your fellow residents of being a racist. Like, I just don't even know where to go with that. Like, please, like, don't just call people racist and that's why you're going to shut down this bill. Please. It's really insulting. Next, this idea that this is not going to do anything, it's like Trenton's fault. Yeah, obviously it's Trenton's fault. Obviously it's just, like, this is clear. This is not something that's going to like solve all our problems. This is one thing that we could do at the local level. It will send a message to Trenton. Hopefully it sends a message at the national level as well, that there are municipalities that are not that are going above and beyond their state policies and the national policies and are saying, we're going to just do things ourselves because your lax on crime policies in these Democrat-run states are not working, and they're creating real harms to everybody involved. So yeah, I mean, I hope you know, it's not going to solve all our problems. It's a step. I certainly hope, and I caution all my support for this bill with the hope that there has been some vetting, legal vetting from a lawyer who's familiar with these rules, and is going to be able to say, like, yep, we did look at that, and we're not concerned that this is going to create a, terrible unintended consequences at the courts or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it just, we gotta, these are also problems that happen to the state, and so a lot of people want to, like, solve problems locally, but they don't turn around and go vote for Democrat policies in state, federal level. It's like, stop doing that. We've got to stop these policies all across the board. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Don Nelson, 20 Plain Street. Wasn't going to speak tonight at all, but this is very interesting. I want to thank our military member for his bright idea, and I'm sure you've all done this. In the military, 7-step problem-solving sequence. I'm sure we've all done that. The end of the problem-solving process is to reevaluate. So I'm assuming there's a way to reevaluate this process or this ordinance once it's in place. If it doesn't work or if it creates more of a problem, we change it, we tweak it, we do whatever we have to do. You're all smart people. I'm sure you follow this process in your own little way. The bottom line is something has to be done. I am very shocked to hear of all the incidents that I've been in this town my whole life, and this is way beyond board. I'm going to be very simple. If I run a small business, very small business in town. When I deliver things to people's houses, I don't turn the doorknob. I put it in a mailbox. I knock, to the mailbox, I leave. There are consequences to your actions. At a year from now, a year and a half from now, let's reevaluate this. If it's passed tonight, see where we stand. If it's a winner, great. If it's not, we'll tweak it. That's all it boils down to. Hopefully I'm correct. I might be wrong. But that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you.
Kevin Goey again, 113 Woodland Avenue. I think what I heard a lot of tonight seems to be really making a mountain out of a molehill here. I thought when this was originally discussed, and Matt, I believe, wrote some of the ordinances for some of the other towns that had implemented this. I thought the idea behind this, and maybe you guys can explain this afterwards to explain to people, was you're really not making anything illegal that isn't already illegal. And the reason it is redundant is because right now the city is relying upon the county prosecutor to prosecute these crimes. This gives us a little something that we can control ourselves. So when something isn't prosecuted there, we can prosecute it here. You're not going to be sending people to prison for 20 years. It is a small incremental step. That's when it was first introduced. That's what the idea was. It gives us a little bit of control. It's something. Is it going to solve it? No. But it's sad that it's come to local municipalities having to do this. But you see the problem around you, and you need to do something. And as far as people profiling people, if somebody's, first of all, how many people, let's have a little common sense. How many people are going to even know about this ordinance? There are so few people in this town that pay attention to anything. So the idea that this ordinance is going to cause somebody to call because they see a black person walking on their property is ridiculous. If that person has racial biases and they call because somebody black is delivering something in an Amazon uniform, nothing is going to happen to that person. You have to prove that they did this as well. So the idea of somebody knocking on a door, even an Amazon driver, there's no reason why the guy should be trying to get in the door. And I would assume that there's a lot of ring footage we have that you would use to do this. Because again, you have to prove that people did this stuff. So again, this starts sounding like there's a lot of political stuff behind this. I know that last year when Jamie entered this ordinance or talked about it for the first time, she was very excited about it. And everybody agreed, look, it's not going to be a silver bullet, but why don't we try it? Why don't we do it? They do it in other towns, sends a signal, sends a message. Maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But then it ended, and we never heard why. And I remember at the time asking, like, what happened? And I didn't get answers, and then finally got answers. That the same group that's here tonight met with the mayor and met with the police chief, and they objected to it. And I understand their concerns on a lot of things are real, but I just think the concerns that people have and voice on this are just way overblown. I don't think this is. It's certainly whatever. I mean, we go back and forth on it, but anyway, just please tell people. And also, I assume that some lawyers were involved in the crafting of this, and if these laws are not constitutional or there's something with it, they'll get shot to pieces if it's ever tried to be enforced. But then also that just is the reason why you're doing this, just so that we can have a little bit of something to prosecute people and not be reliant upon the county prosecutor to do, which they're overwhelmed, and how much do they actually do? But anyway, all right, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Okay, I'm going to return it back to the council because I'm sure I would like to bring the chief of police up, and I would also like Council Giacobbe to weigh in. So I would like to ask if anybody has questions specifically that we could give to the chief, direct to the chief, or direct to our council, because I would like to hear from them too, because it's getting late, and I just want to be mindful it's almost 11 o'clock.
Council President, I've been chomping at the bit here.
Okay. Go ahead.
And I hope I don't fall victim to any ad hominem attacks for saying this, but first of all, Andy, I apologize for you being attacked during the campaign. But to that point, I've knocked on 1,000 doors. I lived in Summit my entire life, ran through backyards, jumped over fences, and not just me, 17 other black young boys like myself. And even as an adult, East Summit, uptown, big houses, small houses, never had a problem with anybody. Maybe I'm an isolated figure, I don't know. Okay. But I am black though, we can agree on that. Sort of, see, yeah, there it is. I was expecting that. That's deep. Yeah. So the thing is, if we could talk about bail reform and why we're here, right? I think bail reform was a good thing, actually. It does a really good job for violent crimes. Problem is, when we look at auto thefts, they're not viewed as violent crimes, and they should be. If we listen to the individuals that came up here and they were talking about people coming in their homes, people still in their cars while they're in their driveways with their kids watching, the psychological impact on that is violent. Now, as a former detective, I know what it feels like to come face to face with a criminal, face to face with somebody with a gun, a violent situation. Normal people don't know how that feels and can end up resulting in a lifelong issue. I mean, this is real stuff. Now, the fact is, I don't want to be here, and I wish I wasn't here having to push this ordinance. I wish it wasn't a problem. But the fact is, there are residents in Summit that are facing real issues. Now, if it's not the state that's going to recognize and do something about it, we, as public officials, need to do something about it because you elected us to. And that's what I intend to do. Now, one thing is, I agree with some statements that folks have made. I think this is a good starting point, and I'm amenable to make some changes. But we're not going to sit around for a whole year and debate whether or not we should approve this ordinance. Like last year, where we went and debated, or excuse me, not us, but maybe two of us. Two of you. But where there was a debate for a whole year about this ordinance, and we made a change, and now it seems like we're going to debate about it again. No, I say we pass the ordinance. We take into account what the community is saying. Reverend Williams, absolutely, the Interfaith Council, and then we can make changes, but we need to start somewhere, because right now we have a problem. We were on Channel 7 News today. Summit, yes. So tell me we don't have don't tell me we don't have an immediate problem. Now, I want criminals to actually do a cost-based analysis. I think somebody was up here talking about it. Hey, should I commit crime in this town where, bail reform, whatever, I can go to state court and I'll be on my merry way? Or, can I go to Summit and then I have to go to this court and then I have to come back here, and I may get community service, I may get fined. Wow, I may even get, 90 days in jail. You know what? I'd rather go over there and do it. That's the point. Thank you, Council President. I said enough tonight.
Thank you, Councilman Boyer. Thank you, Councilman Boyer. Councilman Smallwood?
So after listening to everyone speak, and I really appreciate you staying. I know it's getting late, so thank you for your comments. I did listen to everyone, and one of the things that resonates with me is the fact that this isn't a magic wand. This is, the idea of this is to help deter people coming into our homes, stealing key fobs and stealing our cars, or even potentially even worse. This is something that's going to probably take time. It's going to take time for, perpetrators to get caught, and this isn't, we have to trust, in which I do trust, our police officers to make the right judgment calls if someone is, in fact, on someone's property with the intent of breaking into your home or stealing your car. I trust those police officers to utilize this ordinance and make that judgment whether or not someone is delivering Girl Scout cookies, campaigning, or actually there to steal your car or break into your home. And I trust that they're going to make those right decisions. I think we do need to start somewhere. Again, nothing will ever be perfect, and I think if we are all, I think, agreeable that if there's something that needs to be changed in this ordinance at some point, whether it's the language or the type of crime that we're listing here, if it needs to be changed, I think we're all in agreement to do that. Our biggest concern is making sure that we're doing the right steps, taking the extra layer of protection to deter criminals from coming here. And one of our main concerns is protecting our responsibility is to help try and make our city as safe as possible. In terms of, what someone, Mr. McGoey mentioned, we're not sending people to prison for 20 years. The first offense is $1,000. And we also took into consideration for those who are unable to pay $1,000, that it's up to the judge's discretion to offer up to 90 hours of community service. So if a perpetrator doesn't have the ability to pay the $1,000 fine, they can do community service. So it's not just about charging $1,000. There's a risk-reward component to this. And the risk is you're may have to do 90 hours if you can't pay the fine. The second offense is $2,000. And again, it's up to the judge's discretion, whatever that may be. So we did give this a lot of thought. We did run this by our attorneys. And, I think everybody on this dais, and unfortunately Greg's not here tonight, and Greg, I hope you're watching, I hope you feel better. But everybody on this dais had the opportunity to make comments give their opinions before this even came to the dais. So I just want to say thank you very much for all your comments, and yeah, I think we definitely gave this a lot of thought. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hamlet.
Thank you, Council President. You know, as elected officials, we have an obligation to make really hard decisions. And I will tell you that the reason we're having these discussions tonight is because it didn't come out of committee the last time it was in committee. And so it's really hard to bring a community together and listen to all of these different thoughts and philosophies and feelings. These are really hard conversations. And they all matter. You all matter. But the reason we're up here is because we don't want to abdicate that responsibility of having these tough conversations. We had some conversations this morning, or our mayor did, and Council President Allen, with some of the different leaders in the community that have some very valid concerns. We can't hope that this disappears. This problem is here. I heard a veteran come up today, and he said, we have a certain military mindset in the military, and that's how we solve problems. And then another person got up and said, well, we can't treat it like the military because it's a civilian atmosphere. And I'm sure Reverend Harrield would agree with me that there is a certain power in having that experience of being in the military. Right, Reverend? And when I say that, I was deployed in 9/11 overseas. And there was often times where you weren't sure you were going to get it right the first time. But as all of you were over here, I was sending ships out to sea to keep my soldiers safe. I wasn't always sure it was 100% right, but I knew we had a problem, and I knew we had to keep people safe. And our responsibility as elected officials is to keep you safe. It's my #1 priority. You're not going to be hearing too many pet projects out of this council this year other than safety. I look at the budget every day, and I think about how we can get more police and keep you safe. And when I look at all the residents tonight, this is the most important priority, and we are going to get this right. This may not be perfect, but I believe that with the leaders that we had in the room this morning, this is a really good start, and I think we're all amenable to change, and I thank you all for your leadership. Thank you for your comments, but I will be supporting this tonight.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hamlet. Councilman Miniger?
I can, yes.
Okay.
So to everybody here tonight who talked about experienced break-ins or theft, I am so sorry that you had to experience that. That is a terrible feeling. I want you to know, though, that we absolutely have the same goal up here, all of us on the dais, and that is to reduce those incidents. Please understand what that means, because all of us up here, and all of you here, and all of them watching on television right now or on YouTube, they all want those reduced. How you do that is extremely important, very, very important. Please know that any person that came up here and made a comment about how this is wrong, or there's something wrong with this ordinance, they're not against achieving the same goal that you are, okay? Please know that. We have a chance to do this right, and I'm afraid we're about to move forward with something that is absolutely not ready. Councilmember Boyer, you mentioned you are amenable to some changes. Now is when you make those changes. That's how our ordinance process works. You're a new council member. That's how our process works. You can make a change now. 2 weeks later, we discuss this again. 2 weeks after that, it's in place. Boom. There's no wrong. There's no mistakes in the ordinance. There's no lack of clarity. It is in place, and it's able to be used properly. We can do this. At the last council meeting, I made a statement at the introduction of this ordinance that laid out some problems. I have the language. You've heard them all tonight from brilliant people here, and I want to reiterate some of them. It's overly broad. It has the potential to have some unintended consequences, and the language, there's some mistakes in there that need to be fixed. Please know this, though, Councilmembers Boyer and Pawlowski, I know you are well-intentioned with this ordinance. If my voice or the way I'm talking sounds intense, it's just that I'm intense. It is nothing against either of you as people or as council members. It's just, this is This is an ordinance that is, that has become extremely important to me for more than just the three council meetings or the week and a half that you guys took to put it in place. It's been on my radar for months, maybe more than a year. So I provided one example via email to Councilmembers Boyer and Pulowski, and it's a section that needs clarification. It says it's a violation of this ordinance for a person to be inside a house. We heard that mentioned also. If another occupant committed a violation. As it's currently written, somebody's occupying their own home would be in violation. So a cleaning person, a pet sitter, that's a problem. If it's insinuated in an ordinance, it's a problem. I also reiterated that someone entering a porch to knock on an interior door or to hand out a flyer would, as written, absolutely be in violation of the ordinance. That is a problem. The language is a problem in this ordinance. Councilmember Pulowski, your response was to me, and I'm paraphrasing here, but it's pretty accurate. Just because the words the ordinance say that doesn't mean that's how it's going to be enforced.
I most certainly did not say.
I paraphrased it was such legalese that I don't want to burden this audience with that. It was such legalese, but this is what it said. Paraphrased. Just because the words in the ordinance say that doesn't mean that's how it's going to be enforced. If your response to this comment again includes anything like trust us or it will be enforced differently because of the Constitution, you're really, really missing the point. It's legally sound is not an acceptable response to this. I may not have a fancy law degree, but I do have an ounce of common sense. And that common sense tells me that when residents read something in their city code, in their city's law, they better be able to trust what they're reading. That's part of transparency. And right now, this is simply not transparent. You talk about transparency. You have a chance right now to make it really happen. You have a chance to do it. I'm going to quote Reverend Williams' statement, which was fantastic here. Why does this ordinance not clearly state that it is meant to augment additional charges? That is the main purpose of what you say this will do. But it does not even say that in the ordinance. Do you know how long it would take to add something like that? 3 minutes. I could write it for you right now. All the violations of this ordinance must be in commission of a car theft, attempted car theft, break-in, or attempt to break in. That's it. That is the statement you need to add to the bottom of this ordinance. If you're waiting for a moment to make this change, it's right now. It's not a hard decision. It's an easy decision. There's a middle ground here. Getting this right means taking a beat and making this change to the original version. Right now, you're taking an original version after everything you just heard tonight, and you're putting it into place. That is the wrong path. I urge you to rework this ordinance. Take the time to do this better. You have the time right now. I move to table this ordinance.
There has to be a second to table. Is there a second? So we have to make a second to table, then we'll vote on the table.
So we don't just keep dialoguing?
No, once somebody makes a motion to table, there has to be a second. If there's no second, the table dies.
Motion dies.
Okay, so no one seconded it, so the motion to table died.
Yeah, my fears came true. So we know the result of the vote.
In fairness, we haven't even heard from the police chief and Council Giacobbe. So I would, Councilman Pulowski, would you like to?
I would like to hear from the city solicitor.
All right.
Wow. Well, my coughing fit is now over. So first off, this is an ordinance, and frankly, Councilman Miniger, I disagree with you. I think it's very clear. It's that every one of this, if you're in a house, you're not licensed or privileged to enter the home. Please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt me.
That is a loaded word, and you know it.
It's not a loaded word, and
It absolutely is.
I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask.
So don't interrupt me
not.
again, please.
Please do not.
The bottom line is, if somebody is not licensed or invited into somebody's home, and they remain, they violate it. Same with the car. So I think that what Councilman Smallwood said is, we trust the police in this community and in all communities to make judgment calls all day long.
They're making a judgment call here. This gives them one more tool to try to prevent or deter people from coming to Summit to commit crimes of breaking into people's houses, to get key fobs, to steal cars. And they're getting more and more. I've been here since this started, and I can tell you, the stories that we heard tonight are a lot more violent than we heard a couple years ago. People's windows weren't being smashed and people going into their houses to get the key fobs. And it's not just here. This is happening literally all over New Jersey. Dear friend of mine, the woman dropped her husband off at the airport. She drove home from Newark Airport, pulled into her garage. A few minutes later, she heard smashing windows. People were in her house, and they stole 3 cars. So this is not just unique to Summit. It's happening all over. So let's just talk about an ordinance. This is a second reading. If you amend, you can't amend this now. If you amend it now, you have to then withdraw it, have a first reading and a second reading. That's not the way I would recommend doing it legally. What I recommend that you guys do is I was asked to do this, and I didn't draft the original Homedale or Marlboro. I represent Homedale as their labor council, and I know the mayor of Marlboro. So I went and got that based on Dr. Levine's request to get those ordinances. So I brought you that. And those dealt with the car theft aspect of it. My recommendation would be, if we keep doing the same thing over and over again, I think that's the definition of insanity if we're expecting a different result. So clearly you want to get something on the books, because I think we can all agree that bail reform in New Jersey has not worked in terms of deterring crime. It might, there's benefits to it, absolutely, but in terms of the rise in car thefts, et cetera, it's increased. So my suggestion would be that you pass an ordinance. You can amend an ordinance once it's on the books. So just like you said, Councilman Miniger, what you can do very simply is, if folks from the public, council people have other suggestions, bring them. We'll put them in. We'll change them. If people don't like certain phrases, we can change them. Once you have something, you can make it better. But right now you have nothing. So I think that there's that old. I don't know an acronym that the gentleman said about the military, but it's it becomes paralysis by analysis. You can try to keep making things perfect. The one thing that people should understand is there's a severability clause. If there's something in here that a judge finds unenforceable, they can sever it. But let's back up for a second. The police, all they do is they charge people. They charge. So if somebody steals a car or attempts to steal a car, or is breaking into somebody's house to steal the key fob to steal the car, and they get arrested, and that assumes they get arrested and deterred, the police department has the ability to level 2C violations, which are going to be handled down in Union County, and this municipal violation. At the end of the day, when you're ultimately going to go before a judge, so not only are you going to have a group of police officers who are trained in law, you're going to have a judge who's trained to look at it. So I think that the people having fears about the Amazon driver, first of all, no Amazon drivers try to get into my house. They usually drop the package off halfway down my driveway. And then I ran it over actually once too, but that's beside the point. I think that what you have is there's clearly a need to do something. Is this going to be the end-all, be-all? It's not. Will it help deter? One gentleman spoke about people saying, if I go to Summit, it's going to be more of a headache to go to Summit. I'll go someplace else. So, and hopefully, frankly, somebody else made a really good comment, and I think that, you have a lot of what's going on is these are children who are committing these crimes, or young adults. They're being recruited to do it because the consequences for them, there aren't really any consequences. And it's just a matter of time before somebody who doesn't feel safe says, you know what, I'm going to take matters in my own hand. I'm going to get a shotgun. I'm going to get a gun. That's a coming attraction. And now with all the gun reform that's gone on in our country, getting a gun's a lot easier. So I think that My recommendation would be you pass the ordinance. I am not a criminal attorney. We've looked at it. We believe it would absolutely pass muster. But if people have other ideas, bring it to the council and we can make revisions. And you can refine it and refine it and refine it. And it's also something that ordinances often get refined when they're in place. The police department, the chief could come forward and say, you know what, we've been doing this. I think you might want to add this, or you might want to change this. And then you change the ordinance again. It happens all the time. So I think you're probably better off moving forward and then making revisions as opposed to trying to revise it now. Because if you revise it now, you cannot pass it. You can only make, they're called Scrivener errors. If there's a typo or something, you could correct that. But anything substantive, it would kill the ordinance. So those are my thoughts on this, and I'm glad to, I don't take any pride in authorship. It doesn't, and Mr. Pawlowski, you're an esteemed colleague, a member of the bar. You looked at it. Other people looked at it. People in my firm have looked at it. We represent a lot of municipalities, so we don't think there's going to be a legal problem. And I think that people are being overly concerned, where I think this is going to be something that the police, it's one more tool that your police officers can use in trying to help deter the thefts.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jacoby. Chief Sikorsky, would you like to come up here and walk through the process, how this would be enforced, and address any language concerns that you've heard tonight?
I just want to start out by saying that I respect everybody's opinion on both sides of this argument. In my opinion, this is obviously not a perfect ordinance, but I do believe it is a step in the right direction. And I can, giving you my word, my promise tonight that the Summit Police Department would never use this ordinance to circumvent the Constitution, to harass anybody, to treat anybody unfairly. Quite frankly, I don't really see it changing the way we do what we're doing right now. As I said at the other meeting, I know there were some concerns about this increasing the call volume. Again, I didn't see that as a problem. I was of the opinion that someone that had an implicit or explicit bias that would call the police on somebody with or without this ordinance. As I indicated at the previous meeting as well, the police wouldn't be just acting on just the one act of touching a doorknob or trying a doorknob. We would have to take into other factors would be looked at, like we do with a criminal charge. So I don't think there's any room for us to abuse it. Not that we would. We definitely wouldn't. But I don't see any issues with it.
Is it, someone had said double jeopardy. Is this double jeopardy?
That I don't know. That would be a question for the attorney.
That's okay. I'll come back to that. Question for you. So when is this enforceable? Somebody comes onto my property and I call the police because they are jiggling the handle. What happens in that scenario?
We would respond and we would make our own observations.
Would you
if the person was still on the scene, we would talk to that person and try to find out if there was any reasonable explanation why that person was doing what they were doing. We would take into account if there was a vehicle that was waiting for them. If we were going to run the plate, if it comes back stolen, that's a problem, obviously. If it's someone that we've encountered before, because a lot of these individuals we have encountered on numerous occasions. Mm-hmm. There's 100 things that we would take into account before. It's not going to be just the action of touching a doorknob or jiggling a door handle or being on somebody's property.
Okay, so if someone's actually arrested for...
And again, there's, like I said, hundreds of things. 4 o'clock in the morning, you're wearing a ski mask in July. These are all things that we would take into consideration, obviously.
Right. So if I'm actually arrested for a car break-in or going into someone's home, I'm assuming Summit Police respond, you end up catching the individual, you then take him or her to Union County or Essex Jail?
Well, we would take them to Summit Police Headquarters first, and I'm assuming that we would have probable cause to charge with the 2C criminal statute. So at Summit Police Headquarters, we would go contact the prosecutor, get approval for any felony indictable charges. And then in addition to those, the charges, the criminal charges, we would charge with the city ordinance violation. Now, all those charges would then be sent to the county jail, county court, including the city ordinance violation. Now, you asked about double jeopardy. I can give you the reverse of it, how we have to operate. When you charge a motor vehicle offense or a city ordinance violation along with felony charges, those charges go to the county along all together, the package. And the idea of that is they don't want somebody coming into municipal court before they go to their court appearance in Union County and plead guilty to a minor charge. That there has been problems with that, where that created a situation where it was double jeopardy. Now the county charges couldn't be adjudicated or prosecuted. So it's actually the reverse of what you're asking. I don't know about coming back the other way, though. That's something that you have to ask.
Generally, it gets all the charges are put together because the Union County prosecutor. But I can tell you very often, and the chief can tell you this, is that just give you an example. People you pull over somebody for a serious motor vehicle violation, no insurance, no license, maybe they're drunk or on drugs. They get a whole host of tickets. And I can tell you that the attorney, because the attorneys that are representing, whether it's somebody that you paid for or somebody that's assigned you as a public defender, they look for ways of minimizing those charges or dismissing them. And one way of minimizing it, happens very often, is can they plead guilty to a municipal ordinance and make these other things go away? Well, that's now part of the package at the prosecutor's office, where they can then say, well, this is a first offense. I'm going to have you plead guilty. You're going to pay the fine, or you're going to do community service. It's one more thing that the prosecutor in Union County, and they work in conjunction with your local courts too. They don't work isolated, because the local judge, it's part of I guess it's a shared court here?
Yeah.
Shared court works with the head municipal judge, who works with the assignment judge of Union County. They all work together. So this isn't going to be done in like silos. They're done conjunctively. But I can tell that, I'm sure the chief could tell you story after story where you've dealt, when you were a police officer, people pleading to municipal ordinance violations. That happens a lot with like big parties. Right. And they'll say, you know what, I'll plead to a noise ordinance violation. The music was on too loud. Not the serving underage alcohol, it was a noise ordinance. That's the type of thing where when these all get lumped together, it gives people that opportunity. The goal here is that these folks that are doing this, if you can get them on the right path early on, that would be a benefit. And I think that's what you're trying to do here, is give the police and ultimately the prosecutors, whether it's at Union County, and then if Union County remands it, they can also remand it. They could say, we're not going to prosecute this criminally. We think we have problems on the 2C, but you can handle it now at the municipal ordinance level, and then it's sent back. So the chief is right. It never goes first to municipal and then up. If it's sent back down to municipal and the person doesn't show up, then the judge can issue a bench warrant for that person's arrest because they have failed to appear in municipal court. But once it goes to the county, it goes there and they control the whole thing, and then it gets pieced back down to the municipality.
I think the question was, sir, that, and it came up, I think, in a meeting today, if the indictable charges are dismissed or they're found not guilty and then they send back, that's what normally happens.
Well, if they're found not guilty,
Right.
and that's sent up there, then that would be double jeopardy. They're not guilty.
Right.
They didn't do it. So
Then
that would be, you couldn't then
There's your
re-prosecute
answer to
them.
your question,
But if
right.
the indictable charges are dismissed, that's not a finding. And so it can proceed municipally, and that would not be double jeopardy.
Okay.
But again, that's what we're counting on. I think we all do. We live in New Jersey. We all count on our local police, the county prosecutors, the federal prosecutors. I mean, there's lots of different law enforcement people that are well trained, and I think we all have faith that they're doing the right thing and helping us. And so, again, we'll defer to them. And clearly, judges, criminal judges at the county and the criminal prosecutors at the county will look at this, and they might call up and say, hey, we have a suggestion, make this change. That's when you could amend the ordinance.
Does any other council member have a question for the chief of police? No? Okay, any final thoughts, comments?
Just again, it's a small step, but it's a step in the right direction.
Do you regularly meet with the Interfaith Council?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna, Mayor, would you like something? I'll finish if you'd like something to say.
I have nothing to add, actually. No, everything that I would have said has been said, and given the late hour, I'll spare you.
Council President?
Yes.
I don't think we heard from Councilman Pulaski.
Yeah, look, I don't have much to add. A lot of people have said a lot of things here tonight. Where's the data that'll prove that this works? Maybe we're going to be the ones that create it, right? We can be exceptional in that way. And I really don't see a huge downside. I really don't see any downside to it. All the ways that it possibly could be implemented, I don't think it will be. I think, to borrow Councilman Miniger's phrase, that our residents and our police have an ounce of common sense. With the severability clause, if there's any provision of it that's not enforceable, it's not going to be enforced. And we can pass this tonight, take a step in the right direction, maybe make our town a little safer, and we can make revisions in the future if we think that they're warranted.
And if I may add, I don't want to speak on your behalf, Mayor, but we had a conversation today after her meeting with the Interfaith Council, and even just hearing all the conversations tonight, Matt, if we can memorialize your comments and say, if we pass this tonight, we can go back with the community, with everybody we've heard from tonight, and amend this ordinance at a later date. But if we do nothing tonight,
If you do nothing tonight, or you attempt to change this,
right,
there's no ordinance. So you guys can vote and it gets voted down, or if somebody amends it, you can't vote on it. Those will be material changes. But at the very next meeting, in 2 weeks from now, if the council and the mayor want to make a change based talking to the chief or the Interfaith Council, you then introduce an amendment. That'd be a first reading, and then 2 weeks later, it'd be passed. So it always takes 2 meetings to amend, or introduce and pass, or amend and pass. So, every meeting you could keep on amending this.
So, I mean, it sounds to me, and I'm not sure, the word privilege, it does sound like that is something that is important to the community, and I would be amenable to taking that out if it was something. I'm absolutely amenable to taking the word privileged out if that was something that my colleagues felt was important. I think there's some things that people brought up, some valid points, but doing nothing tonight.
I mean, you could easily change the word privileged to invited.
Right. And I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah, and that's an easy thing to fix, but that's not a problem at all. I mean, that to me, because privilege, there's a legal connotation to it.
Right.
It's not, we're not, when that was put in, and that was I think in the home dale ordinance as well. So privilege, there's, you have a privilege to enter. It's not a privilege based on somebody's privilege. It's being an invitee into somebody's home or garage or place of business. But I think you could change that word, but that would be an amendment, and you could do that next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any final thoughts before we, all right. So I just want to thank everybody for coming tonight. It's very emotional. There's a lot of trauma that's happened in this community, whether it's long-term trauma or it's near-term trauma with the increase in burglaries. I do not want to sacrifice progress for the perfection, but I do want to recognize that the Interfaith Council came today and had a conversation with us, the mayor, myself, Councilman Boyer, the police chief, and we understand your concerns. I don't want to gloss over the fact that there is some language in here that could be in your, I don't want to say misinterpreted, but if you feel that it's broad and we feel that it could be misinterpreted, we are absolutely committed to working with you and sitting down over the next 2 weeks and amending the ordinance. For me, I believe that, doing nothing is not an option. I don't think that whether we didn't pass it tonight or we do pass it, it isn't that we aren't doing something. But I do feel like I was part of the original conversation in 2022. And we looked at that ordinance, and that ordinance had read, there was much of this in it, but what we did take out at the time was that it included if you try to touch car handles, sorry, it's almost midnight, car handles on a public street. And I said, no way, right? We don't want anyone feeling like if they just walk by a car downtown and accidentally get in the wrong car, because most of us have almost tried to do that. I don't want anybody being targeted for that. So we were thoughtful. There were steps that we took. And so we are trying to make this happen. So I agree that a year and a half later, I wish we had more dialogue, and it's unfortunate that it was today that we had our meeting, but that's okay, because you know what, I believe it's a start for a conversation that I haven't had with you yet, and we will continue that conversation because you are a part of our community and you're important to us. So I support this ordinance. I recognize the concerns. My recommendation is going to be pass it tonight, and then we get busy tomorrow with the Interfaith Council and work on the wording. Because I want everybody to know, one, that we are absolutely serious about safety, but two, we don't want to get it wrong either. So if we pass something, we can work on it, because we need to be sensitive to the fact that there's context that we may not have, considered before our conversation today. So that doesn't make it a bad ordinance, it just makes it imperfect, and we are willing to work with you on that. So with that, I'm going to close this hearing, and I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
I should read the ordinance
You should read the ordinance first.
Okay.
Okay. Madam Clerk, will you please read the ordinance?
I think we have to also start with the first ordinance that we,
Yeah, we do.
for final consideration, we should,
Madam Clerk, please read the original ordinance for consideration, or for final
Yeah.
consideration.
ordinance 24-3305, an ordinance to amend Chapter 26 Stormwater Management Regulations of the Code of the City of Summit to add a new section 26-16, privately owned salt storage.
Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please.
No.
Oh.
You want
Oh,
a
I'm sorry,
motion to
Councilwoman Hamlet.
vote.
My
Thank you,
apologies.
Council President, from crime to stormwater. This is ordinance 24-3305, as Rosemary just said, amending Chapter 26 Stormwater Management Regulations of the Code, City of Summit, to add a new section 26-16. Having just previously heard this hearing, I'd like to move this ordinance for final consideration.
Madam Clerk, roll
Your
call.
second?
I second.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Boyer?
Yes.
Ms. Hamlet?
Aye.
Mr. Miniger?
Aye.
Mr. Pulaski?
Aye.
Mr. Smallwood?
Aye.
President Allen?
Aye. Motion passes. Madam Clerk, please read the ordinance.
24-3306, an ordinance amending Chapter 3, Police Regulations of the Code of the City of Summit to add a new section 3-16 entitled Resident Protection.
Councilman Boyer,
Yes.
can you please read the ordinance
Oh.
for final
Just-
consideration?
Just move it for final consideration.
You can move it for final
It is
consideration
late.
without saying it.
Moving ordinance 24-3306 for final consideration.
Second.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Boyer?
Yes.
Ms. Hamlet?
Aye.
Mr. Miniger?
No.
Mr. Pulaski?
Aye.
Mr. Smallwood?
Aye.
President Allen?
Aye. Motion passes. Does anybody want to take a break? Okay. Do you want to take, yeah, he wants, okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Better hurry. Yeah, all right. I have to use the restroom.
Please, and we do a roll call vote because there are 3 that need roll call. This way we cover all our bases.
Okay, I'm going to ask everybody to please come back and have a seat. We're going to make this quick. Yep. Calling our meeting back to order. Okay. Okay.
So,
Mr. Jacoby.
Mr. Jacoby?
So, Council President, given the late hour, the council, my recommendation, and the council can do this, is to combine the remainder of the agenda, including the consent agenda. So you combine finance items 1 through 5, capital 1 through 10, community programs, law and labor 1 and 2, administrative policies, with the consent agenda. So you need a motion and a second. Anybody can talk about any of the items on the agenda, and then I would recommend at that point, when it's ultimately time for a vote, it'd be a roll call vote for the entire combined agenda.
Excellent.
And then finally, the one from the floor would come after that.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jacoby. So I would like to combine the entire agenda.
The remainder of the
ma-
agenda,
Yep,
yep.
the
Just
remainder of
ask
the
for a
agenda.
motion.
Yep, may I have a motion?
Yes.
So moved.
Okay,
So-
a second?
Second.
Wonderful. Does anybody want to pull out anything to discuss?
You have to pull out, you can just discuss it, actually.
Okay.
Aaron, should we make changes that one or no?
We had the one change, is that a word on ours, is that?
Yeah, that's fine. So the one change in the word, just so I just want to note, you had in, it was a typographical error in, wait a second, put it over here. Bear with me 1 second, I'll read it to you. It was in ID number 10896, authorized execution of memorandum of agreement for the CDL training. It should be initial CDL license, not renewal. So that's just a typo, so that could be fixed. So that's part of this combined agenda.
Through you, Council President. 10980, there's a Scrivener's error in one amount listed. That needs to be corrected.
Scrivener's error?
Yes. 10980, the emergency temporary appropriations for municipal operating budget.
Okay.
The amount of, 760,000. One moment. Tammy, do you have that number, the correct one there?
Yes, through you, Council President. In the last piece of that resolution, the whole resolution refers to 760,300 in the beginning. Both columns add up to that for salary, wages, and operating expenses to the temporary budget. But inadvertently, the total was 1,250,000. That should be 760,300. So it's just a Scrivener's error that we need to change for the record.
So instead of 760.
No, it needs to be 760,300. 760,300. It should not read 1,250,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's what I have.
Are there any other council comments?
One more quick comment on one that Mr. Boyer or Councilmember Boyer was going to introduce. So did you want me to just make a comment?
Is that Millennium Strategies?
Yep.
Do you want to do, I can,
You don't have to introduce it because we combined everything, so you have a question?
No, I was just going to comment on it.
Oh,
Ju-
sure.
That
go
it's,
ahead. Just make a comment.
unless you had a comment first.
no, just, the only thing I was going to say is that I approve of this resolution. Millennium Strategies brought in $3.1 million last year. So I think the $42,000 that we're paying them this year is well worth it. So,
Yep, and my comment was going to say that, but also that it was about 50% more than what it was the prior year. So they're doing a great job for us, and I really support it.
That's great.
I'm actually extremely excited that Andy and I agreed on something, and I'm writing this down as a first.
Excellent, okay. Any further council comments? No, public comments? Okay. Go ahead. No, it's okay. Just tell us which one.
Yeah, still Claire Toth, still at 11 Sunset. I was just curious about the
the Mount Laurel Committee, where that's coming from, what that's about.
Sure. Councilwoman Hamlet?
Sure. 1 second.
Council President, while Councilwoman Hamlet is doing that, I just want to mention Resolution 10982, which is the grant permission and set forth for the conditions for the Summit Area YMCA Mother's Day. As a runner, I'm just, I just wanted to make that public, the Mother's Day 5K event.
Thank you.
Council President, good luck with your 5K, Jamil. So, the resident had a question about Resolution 10984, and if you don't mind, I'll just read the resolution real quick, if it makes any sense.
absolutely.
Because it's the one that I actually did want to introduce. It was announced at the last council meeting. The city is proactively addressing the many facets of meeting our affordable housing obligation through the formation of several committees and working groups. These groups, in addition to city staff and hired professionals, will be working to close out our Round 3 affordable housing obligations and prepare for Round 4, which commences in 2025. The mayor announced that she'll be forming an affordable housing working group to elicit ideas and expertise from the public. In addition, our Round 3 court agreement requires the formation of an affordable housing committee to meet annually. That committee meets on Monday, February 12th at 6 p.m. on Zoom to review the 2023 affordable housing activities. The public is welcome, and details can be found online. Tonight, to address the confidential work that the city will need to carry out to prepare for the legal and other related matters during this transitional year between Round 3 and Round 4, a Mount Laurel subcommittee is being formed by resolution per the advice of our city solicitor and our affordable housing attorneys. Transparency was a commitment we made when taking office, and while the subcommittee will work in confidence on behalf of the city residents, it will strictly be an information gathering and policy position forming group that will result in recommendations to the Common Council. No decisions will be made by this group behind closed doors, and recommendations made by the committee to Common Council will be done publicly as part of our continued commitment to meet our affordable housing obligation. And then I was going to introduce the resolution.
Excellent. Any further public comments? Okay, hearing none.
Roll call.
Roll call vote.
Oh, roll call. Madam Clerk, please, roll call.
Mr. Boyer?
Yes.
Ms. Hamlet?
Aye.
Mr. Miniger?
Aye.
Mr. Pulaski?
Aye.
Mr. Smallwood?
Aye.
President Allen?
Aye. Motion carries. Okay. Council,
We have one from the floor.
yep.
Yes, I would like to introduce
Yeah, introduce.
a numberless resolution that I'm assuming will get a number eventually.
Yep.
New Jersey's Fair Housing Act, or FHA as it's known, along with judicial precedent, govern the municipal affordable housing requirements in New Jersey. One purpose of the FHA was to ensure municipalities' measure of autonomy or home rule, and to insulate them from developers seeking builders' remedies to try to compel them to capitulate to their zoning demands. Summit has demonstrated its commitment to making low-income and affordable housing available in Summit for over half a century, long before it was required by legislation and/or judicial decree. Summit likewise has always fulfilled its obligations under the FHA voluntarily, in line with its own vision and to preserve its own history and character. Summit has faced challenges regarding the potential impact of development on our infrastructure. Summit nonetheless has remained compliant with its obligations under the FHA and will continue to do so in line with its master plan. Proposed Assembly Bill number 4/Senate Bill number 50 will remove protections afforded to municipalities under the FHA. And this will result in Summit's loss of home rule and the autonomy to control its own destiny. So for these reasons and others that are set forth in greater detail in the resolution, the Common Council of the City of Summit objects and opposes Assembly Bill number 4, Senate Bill number 50, requests that the bill be tabled, rewritten, and reintroduced in a way that imposes achievable obligations and facilitates the ability of municipalities to satisfy those obligations. We are moving this resolution from the floor because the legislature could vote on A4S50 in the very near future and before our next meeting on the 20th.
A second. Okay. Any council comments?
Through you, Council President.
Go ahead.
This is an immensely complex issue. The bill that is mentioned in this resolution is 76 pages long and is still being worked on and amended. From what I understand, the League of Municipalities is still working on our behalf, negotiating to make this bill better, to address some of the concerns mentioned in this resolution. I do have a problem with resolutions from the floor. It diminishes the ability of the public to review ahead of time what we're voting on. If someone was extremely passionate about affordable housing issues and wanted to come speak their mind on something like this tonight, they were given very little prep time compared to a normal resolution. This wasn't in the packet on Friday, like the rest of the agenda for that, because it's from the floor. So rushing a resolution like this on something of this complexity is what I have a problem with, not the larger intent of the resolution. There's a hierarchy of what we have to do here on council, and I value transparency and a well-informed public over a rushed resolution. That's all.
May I ask a question, Councilmember Miniger? When we were discussing this resolution, did you let Councilman Pulowski know of your concerns about moving a motion from the floor?
Abstain.
You're abstaining from my question?
Are we allowed to, excuse me, through Council President, are we allowed to poll members of the council?
No, so nobody can ask you why you voted a certain way or what you thought of. That, I mean, you're free to say it, but if you don't want to, it would be abstain, say I decline the answer.
Yeah, well, I answered the question with I answered my thoughts on this resolution and how I believe it's rushing to pass this when the city could have been, the residents should have been informed about this. So we could have done something earlier.
I mean, I can tell you that at the state level, though, just so folks know, this is being fast-tracked. Like, it's a concern a lot of municipalities are having because of the speed upon which this is being pushed through. So,
It's actually.
I think there's a high likelihood that if you waited to your next meeting in 2 weeks, this might be law.
Yeah, Council President, that was going to be my question. Was there a reason why we had to fast track this? I mean, I was on the emails and stuff, but it wasn't like it was our decision to kind of do that. I mean, outside counsel, they were going to these meetings, they're giving us advice about what's going on in the assembly, and this bill that the state is that the legislature is going to vote on is happening faster than our next meeting. So we had to vote on this, move this resolution tonight, right?
Yeah, so
Okay, thanks.
This Thursday, February 8th at 11 a.m., the Assembly Appropriations is voting. And so they're moving very fast. It's actually on the bill list. I'm looking at it right now. A4 reforms municipal responsibilities concerning provisions of affordable housing, and it abolishes COA and appropriates $16 million. So because Trenton is fast-tracking the bill, what this resolution does is it just says that we feel that they shouldn't do that. And, Councilman Miniger, I appreciate that we all want public comment. That's always the core of what we say. Because the Assembly and Senate are not giving a lot of opportunity for municipalities. Actually, I wrote some notes. The municipalities have not had any ability to weigh in on this. We talk about unintended consequences. This bill could lead to some detrimental financial situations for cities. If it's rushed through without proper input, we're going to be left trying to figure out how we financially can pay for if we double our housing responsibilities. And it's not that we don't want to do affordable housing. We're talking about affordable housing at every turn and how we can make sure that we are properly planning this year. We did the Mount Laurel Committee because we are trying to plan for next year already. Last year, I called to have the attorneys come into executive session for affordable housing. all year long. The first action I did is I had the attorneys there because I feel like it's such an important topic and it's important for our community that, you know, we're already focusing on it. So this appears to drastically increase affordable housing obligations by potentially doubling the amount of units to be built in each new development. But what it does is it shortens the length of time that we have to meet our obligations for the third round. So the League of Municipalities is a state organization, the League of Municipalities, that we all go to and participate in November, who, you know, they're the voice of all of our towns, would like the language regarding legal protections for municipalities to be tightened up, to shield the municipalities for challenges for the next 10-year fourth round. Currently, a municipality with a court-approved plan was, we had immunity till July 1st, 2025, and this bill shortens that. So it kind of leaves all these towns scrambling and unguarded. So just in summary, the process is rushed, the stakeholders weren't consulted, and the unintended consequences of the financial burden and potentially straining infrastructure really opens towns up for litigation earlier than predicted. And I know that we are not talking about the affordable housing that we're fulfilling per se for this year. What we're saying is, Trenton, just slow down. And when we were going back and forth, Councilman Miniger and I had reached out to everybody on this council to get their perspective and to ask them, you know, what would you like to see different? Because this was a 9-page resolution, and Councilman Pulowski spent the time to narrow it down into a concise and digestible 2-pager with input from everyone on this council. You know, and I appreciate that if you don't, you know, we're not looking for you to say that we shouldn't do this, but, you know, just professionally, it would have been nice for you to say that you wouldn't have even voted it at all.
Through you, Council President. The question was from you and from Councilmember Pulowski, if I had any changes to the resolution, and I absolutely did. And I see that he narrowed it down hugely, which was fantastic. The resolution is worded much better than it was originally. This is completely on the fact that it's a from the floor vote. It does lay out the city's, this council's opinion on that bill, which is humongous, which we didn't have a ton of time to read, by the way. And the fact that it's from the floor, the fact that it's being positioned right now as something that is urgent and absolutely critical, I think is not truly as important as letting people have the ability to read through and be able to respond properly. So the reason I'm voting against this is because it's from the floor.
All right, I appreciate it. I just want to clarify, the vote in Trenton is happening before our next meeting. So if we didn't introduce it from the floor tonight, we would have no opportunity to weigh in before the vote was voted on. Councilwoman Hamlet?
Well, I was just going to say, you know, the public, we can absolutely dialogue on this. We can dialogue on it till 2 a.m. The facts are that we took this from a 9-page document that our legal counsel drafted, specifically urging all of us up here as elected officials to scream and holler that this should not be passed next week. And the reason is laid out exactly in this resolution. And the reason why we're moving something through the floor and can have dialogue up here till 2 a.m. is because it's this important. We could have easily had done nothing. But this is going to get passed more than likely, and we wanted to make very sure that we have said we are against this being jammed through. As elected officials, it's our duty to do that prior to the next meeting. We took a 9-page document. We have the most succinct pieces of this, and I feel passionately about passing this tonight.
Yeah, look, all I would add is, and I said it when I read it, the reason that we are making this from the floor is because it'll be moot by the next meeting if we don't. So, that's
And
it.
again, you know, all we're doing is you're just letting your legislatures know that this is not something that, the way they're doing it, you're opposing it. You're not commenting on affordable housing, it's just the rush of what they're doing. and the impact it could have on you without being thoughtful, because all towns are all different. You know, certain towns have very little affordable housing ability to develop, and there's other towns, I'm in one right now that has a 200-acre former Toys R Us site that's gonna get redeveloped. So if you have 200 acres, you can imagine how many houses are gonna go there.
And this is, for me, and we're gonna dialogue about affordable housing all year. This is really about maintaining our local control, and I don't know, Business Administrator Rogers, would you like to weigh in? Because I know that.
Well, no, my only statement about rushing, I think this is the whole point of this legislation, is to rush it, and they were trying to jam it down, the legislators' vote, at least to get it passed in the lame duck session at the end of last year. We were hoping that it would die, but the public should know that the state legislature has not spent the time with getting municipal input at all. And they listened to certain professionals that have made the trip down to Trenton to appear before committees, but this bill has not been properly vetted. So the fact that they're continuing to rush this and this draft resolution came, I believe, on Friday, so this is why it was not in the packet. And we had, and Councilman Pulaski's credit, and others that weighed in on this to try to get something together to get this before you. This is a policy statement from this governing body. The public should look at that legislation and contact their legislatures and contact the governor if it does pass to not sign it, because it has not been properly vetted. It is going to make it much more burdensome on municipalities to try to effectuate something that they already have problems effectuating. So this is your opportunity. There are times when, yes, mostly everything needs to be vetted and the public should know about it. But this is something that the public and some residents need to know about. And they need to contact their state legislatures, and they need to contact the governor. And that's what they need at this point do, because this is probably up for a vote by the end of the week.
May I ask you a question through you, Council President? What communication did we give to the public about this tonight? Or the prior day, yesterday or today? Because I don't think we did any at all.
Council President, I'm not debating the council. Look, there hasn't been anything presented to the public about this. This topic is out there, and it has been out there for many decades, but this particular legislation has been out there for not so long, and it has significant consequences for this municipality. So we've been talking about it. We've acknowledged that affordable housing in this community is important. This is something where the council is making a statement and taking a position one way or another about a state legislation. That's significant. Your position is also important because they need to know. Where it goes when you send these things down to Trenton, I'll never know. And whether it will have any impact, we don't know. But you're making a statement to the residents of Summit tonight. And that's your responsibility. And whether they had an opportunity or not to know about this, you're making the statement tonight. So that's what's important.
I have to say, I thought introducing it tonight was enlightening letting the public know, because nobody does know, because Trenton is sneaking through a bill. So I felt like tonight, unfortunately, it's almost midnight. So if it had been 9:30 at night, more people would have known and had more time to respond. But we'll put it up on the website, and I hope that people do contact their legislators. So go ahead, Councilman.
For future reference, if we're ever in a position where we are under the gun and working on a resolution that we're planning to make from the floor because agendas have already been put out, could any one of us have made a post? This is coming. Come and listen.
I would say that I wouldn't have, generally what you do is you come through the mayor's office, and the mayor's office with your spokesperson could put out a post, or the council president's office. That's what I'd recommend you do. And you could say this is a last minute addition to the packet. It's not on the packet, but do it that way. And generally, if it's something that's kind of minuscule, that oh, we have to buy another backhoe, it broke last night, that's different. This is something that you're going to want to blast out to the residents so that they can call their state legislatures and put pressure.
But even beforehand, I could have asked Lisa, or Andy could have asked Lisa,
Yeah.
could you put something
I'm not a
out
big
that-
fan of having individual council people do it, because
Yeah.
then it gets, so I think what you'd want to do is have the council president and the mayor's office talk, and then they put it out on behalf of the governing body. This is out there. That's a good idea. But again, this came out from League of Municipalities on Friday.
Right.
And it wasn't, the easiest thing to read. It came out 9 pages.
Governor and those who sponsor.
I remember.
Yeah.
I'm going to add them. Okay. So if you want to say that.
Oh, yeah. Well, you want to say it? Yeah, you can say it.
Mr. Jacoby, I thought we'd add to the end of the resolution that including the District 21 representatives, we also send it to the League of Municipalities, the governor, and the legislators who sponsored these bills. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. I will do that.
You need a roll call.
Okay, wait, I just want to say thank you, Councilman Miniger. Actually,
Oh, no, a voice vote will work.
yeah, we've never had anything from the floor. So there was a sense of urgency on this, and I appreciate you bringing it up because everything is a learning lesson. And so next time, we'll make sure to work with communication to make sure that we get it out, because this is an important topic. So thank you. All right, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Boyer?
Yes.
Ms. Hamlet?
Aye.
Mr. Miniger?
No.
Mr. Pulaski?
Aye.
Mr. Smallwood?
Aye.
President Allen?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, motion carries. Sorry, let me go back to my, where are we at here?
You could do a motion to adjourn.
Are
I'm
we,
just
yeah,
saying.
can we just do a motion
Motion
to
to
adjourn at
adjourn?
this point? Do we need public
Second.
comments?
I had this crazy idea. It's called maybe adjourn.
Well, wait,
Motion to adjourn.
okay, motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right. Thank you. Motion carries. All right. I was like, you guys aren't going to want to talk, are you?
Midnight, no less.
I know.